Welcome to the Clark Athletic Center Gymnasium for the first ever Paula Titus Memorial Tournament. Formerly named the Harbor Invite, renamed after longtime UMass Boston men's basketball coach Charlie Titus' wife, Paula Titus, who passed away in 2017, and a fitting tribute to the woman that the players and coaches of this UMass Boston program for years called Mama Titus, a woman who served as a second mother to so many UMass Boston men's basketball players. We're about to get underway. We've got UMass Boston and Curry College coming up after this commercial break. The Clark Athletic Center Gymnasium about to get underway in our 4-team tournament. Our second game hitting the Fisher College Falcons and the College of St. Joseph's. Looking at this matchup, you've got a UMass Boston team coming off their best season in over a decade. The Beacons won 16 games and hosted their first ever Little East Conference tournament game. They take on a Curry team that won just one game a season ago. They've lost 25 in a row, and it's shown early on in the year. Under a new head coach, Joe Basaka, Curry sits at 0-2, although they did lose their opener by just 7 points in overtime. Beacons on the other side, a huge win over an NCAA tournament team from a year ago. UMass Boston dispatched Bridgewater on Wednesday night here at home, 81-69, behind one of the best rebounding performances in program history. 31 offensive rebounds, 65 total rebounds, as the Beacons dominated a Bears team that's not all that small. We take a look at the all-time series, and we haven't seen these two play in quite a while. 1981 and 1984, the only two meetings. You see that 128 points, and the last time these two teams met, the most points scored in UMass Boston program history. The Beacons also set program records for assists in a single game with 33 and made field goals with 59. Don't expect to see record-breaking numbers like that today, but the Beacons are looking for their 7th straight trip to the championship game in their own tournament, looking for their first title since 2013. They've got to go through Curry here. And right now we'll take a look at the highlights from that game on Wednesday night as the Beacons got their season off to a huge start with a big win over Bridgewater State.
game. Funny how things can change. They didn't believe in me, then now they calling my name. Now look who cashed in. They didn't wanna know me back then, but ever since I done gone platinum, everything turned around and now the sky is falling down. Down.
And welcome back. See the Beacons huddled up in a circle, going over some last-minute details. Curry on the other side, still warming up. Curry looking to start a new era under head coach Joe Busacca, who's very young but has had a very successful career thus far. Played his Division III basketball at Misericordia University, where he was an all-region 1,000-point scorer, and then went on to Manhattanville, a school in New York, where he had a lot of success in his 2 seasons as an assistant coach before taking the job. He's just 3 years out of school, but has been given the head coaching job of a Curry team that has really struggled over the past couple of seasons. They had their most successful season in program history in 2012-2013, winning the CCC championship and winning 21 games, but since then, 13 and 112 over the last 5 years, just a 10.4% winning percentage. They're trying to look for that first win since November 18th last season, exactly a calendar year from tomorrow, from Sunday actually, and we'll see how they do today. Let's take a look when we get a chance at the team statistics from this year. Now, very limited input thus far in terms of just 2 games for Curry, 1 game for UMass Boston, but joined by my color commentator, Gislaine Braga. There's a couple of things that Joe Busacca probably wants to improve. First and foremost, the points allowed and that rebounding margin, probably going to be a bit of an issue against the Beacons team that not only has great size and rebounding ability, but likes to push the pace.
Well, you said it perfectly there, Seth. When you look at the points allowed, I mean, 96, you're near 100 there. And, you know, you're doing a great job in scoring 82.5 points per game. Like, you're doing a tremendous job pushing the ball and getting the offense. You're getting your team rolling, scoring baskets. But, you know, you can't win games if you allow the other team to score more. And that rebounding margin, I mean, you look at UMass Boston's number and you got a plus 34 rating. And, you know, it's a little, UMass Boston had a great game against, on Wednesday when they played Bridgewater State, and you know, you got guys that are, you know, 6'9", 6'5" on this UMass Boston team, and although they're freshmen, they're producing for Coach Harris. So, you know, a tough task for a bunch of these Curry College players today to handle these big guys from UMass Boston.
Well, the point of emphasis for Jason Harris and his staff in recruiting this season was maybe not just size, but also length. A lot of these Beacons players only 6'4", 6'5", which is big for Division III, but you're not talking massive, but all of them have tremendous ups and tremendous wingspans. As we take a look at the team leaders, you're going to see a couple of new faces for UMass Boston right out of the gate as the Beacons brought back 4 of their top 5 scorers, but with the exception of Michael Boyd, their second leading scorer from a year ago, all 4 of those guys struggled. Instead, it was some of the transfers and freshmen who had big games, including Kevin Nunez, a double-double in his first game as a Beacon after spending his freshman year at Mount Ida.
Well, when you also look at Alex Sanchez here, and I know that he got sidelined last year due to injury, and that was a big miss there for the Beacons. He's won arguably their best defensive player during his freshman year. You saw it on Wednesday against Bridgewater State. He had a tremendous game, and he's one of the fastest guys on this team. And having Alex Sanchez on the court just brings a completely different dynamic for this Beacons team.
Right now, let's move along in our pregame and take a look at our players to watch. For Curry, it was pretty easy. The leading scorer from a season ago, one of just 3 guys in their top 9 in the rotation to return after a difficult season. They went just 1-24, but Jared Thorpe-Johnson, the junior, has done just about everything for this Curry team. And Michael Boyd, nowhere near as reliant on him if you're the Beacons, but certainly a player who can do everything when asked upon.
Well, the good thing about the Beacons this year is that they don't have to rely so heavily on Michael Boyd, Charles Mitchell, you know, Dayson Tonelli, guys like that. And you do lose Dan Powers, who was not only an offensive threat, but a great 3-point shooter. He could rebound like crazy. But when you bring in these fresh new faces, it takes a little bit of the pressure off of Michael Boyd's shoulders. But on Wednesday, he showed us that he's still scoring 19 points per game. He's shooting 40% from the three-point line. You know, he's doing his job, and he's doing exactly what he asked for. Jared Thorpe-Johnson, again, you know, he's the one guy that the Colonels are going to go to, and it's tough when you're facing a team like the Beacons because you don't know where the scoring is going to come from. You know, you got 3 or 4 players that you know that they can score. You know they can score in double digits. When you look at Curry, you're really going to target Thorpe Johnson, and that's going to make it easier for the Beacons defense to say, hey, we got to double team this guy as soon as he gets the ball because he's their biggest offensive threat.
A little bit of a homecoming for Jared Thorpe Johnson, who's originally from Dorchester, played his high school ball at Reading High School north of the city, 6'3", 190. We might see a little bit of Boyd versus Thorpe Johnson, but you'll also likely see a lot of some of the Beacons' slightly bigger players try to limit him. He's been their leading scorer in both of their first 2 games. Kieran Carroll, their leading rebounder. Let's move ahead and look at our coaches for tonight's matchup. First, Joe Busaka. We've already talked a bit about him, the very young head coach for this Curry College side. Former player at Misericordia, where he's an honorable mention All-American. 0-2, but that's not a bad start when the season before they went 1-23. A competitive season opening loss, 107-100 in overtime to Newberry, before they lost in the next game, 85-65 against the very strong Regis College program. See if we can get a look at head coach Jason Harris on the Beacons side, as Harris now in his 4th year with UMass Boston. He's done a really nice job with this program after taking over from Charlie Titus, the head coach, for 40 years. And it was Harris in large part who came up with the idea of renaming the tournament, moving it up a week. Harris led the Beacons to their most wins in over a decade a season ago, trying to get back to 500 for the first time in his career. Started 6-19 here at UMass Boston after taking over a roster that had very little left in the cupboard. And he's really put together a nice team. And Gigi, the scary thing, I mean, we still have so much left in the season, but the Beacons have 1 senior on the roster, Rob Nascimento. This team has a lot of room to improve over the rest of this season and next season. They'll have their entire core back for 2018-19, with the exception of Nascimento, who's more of a locker room leader than someone who's expected to bring a lock to the actual playing court.
Well, I'm sure that Coach Harris is super thrilled about that. I mean, he's got his leading scorer. He's got the LSU Rookie of the Year, Michael Boyd, only a sophomore this year, coming back for 2 more years. And like you said, Seth, it's all about building that core. And if he can get a good 2 or 3 years out of these guys, it's going to build his program into such bigger things. And that helps with recruiting as well. When you got guys like this and you got local guys, he loves to recruit from Boston. And when you have so many talented players like this, you're building up your program. You're going to get the recruiting. And it's only going to go uphill here for Coach Harris.
Right now, we're going to take a commercial break. Then we'll bring you the starters and the keys to today's game. As UMass Boston and Curry College about to tip off in the first annual Paula Titus Memorial Tournament.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that. And it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
You see there, that's AJ Titus, the former UMass Boston player who played under his father, Charlie Titus. AJ and his sister, Sayrin, both out supporting Charlie Titus in attendance as well of the first annual Paula Titus Memorial Tournament. Paula Titus unfortunately passed in 2017, and right now a moment of celebration for Paula Titus, who was such a memorable figure here at UMass Boston. Always sitting outside the Clark Athletic Center, waiting to greet the players, waiting to support the players, sitting in the front row every game, and she certainly has been missed the last 2 years. So we will take another brief break for the playing of the national anthem, and then we'll have our starters and the keys to the game.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
And we're back live just moments away from the opening tip. Let's bring you the starters first for the visiting Curry College Colonels. And really, Gigi, there's no surprise. Head coach Joe Busaka has gone with the same starting five in all 3 games now. Spencer Feng, the junior out of Keene, New Hampshire, not a big-time scorer, just 2.5 points per game, but he makes his 3rd start. He's one of the captains on this team. Julius Hemingway, the sophomore guard out of Kissimmee, Florida, Wheelock College transfer. Players from Wheelock and Mount Ida in this game, which you're going to see a lot of this year because both of those schools closed after last year. So those players looking for new schools. Mackenzie Purry, another Mount Ida transfer, although he's in his first year with Curry. They also have Jared Thorpe Johnson, their player to watch, and Kieran Carroll, a junior forward out of Greenwich, Connecticut, who's the team's leading rebounder and second leading scorer. Let's bring in the Beacon starters. They'll introduce themselves.
Charlie Mitchell, sophomore, point guard, Roxbury, Mass.
Dacy Snelly, junior, guard from Roxbury, Massachusetts.
Charles Mitchell, sophomore, shooting guard, Boston, Massachusetts.
Michael Boyd, sophomore, shooting guard, Malden, Mass.
Malik Lorquette, freshman center, Sharon, Massachusetts.
UMass Boston goes with the same starting five that kind of struggled the other night, Gigi. They managed, one player had 22 points, or 19 points rather, that's Michael Boyd. The rest of the guys all held to 4 points or less, did not shoot all that well. The bench came up with 50 points in the win. Let's take a look at our keys to the game really quickly, and nothing really surprising in this one. The top 2 things UMass Boston did well the other game, and then Thorpe Johnson is really the only guy who's proven he can really beat you this season if you're Curry.
Well, that's the thing. You know that Thorpe Johnson is going to be a force to reckon with here for the Colonels. But as I said in the pregame, when you only got one guy dominating, it's going to be easy for the Beacons. Obviously, you're not going to be able to allow him space. Great shooter. You know, he loves to attack, and he's going to get points. You know he's going to score. But the big thing is containing Kieran Carroll. He's going to have a big job today with Malik Lorquette, Javaris Hill, players like that, even Mark Monroe. He's going to have a huge task tonight.
Beacons win the tip. Charlie Mitchell sporting a different hairstyle. Charles Mitchell around the screen, and he's called for the early turnover. Charles Mitchell, the Beacons' leading scorer from a season ago, did not have a great opener. I think he'd be the first to admit it. Charles in that game, 3 points, 0 for 12 from the field, 0 for 8 from distance, 3 of 6 from the free throw line, 5 rebounds, 3 assists to 5 turnovers for a man who averaged 15.4 points per game as a freshman. He'll look to get it a little bit more involved early as Curry looking to take an early lead. Blocked from behind by Lorquette and an acrobatic save as he had 4 blocks the other night against Curry.
And that's a great play there by Malik Lorquette. And, he's starting it off super simple. And then you get Charlie Mitchell over there saying, hey, I'm going to make this count. Great block there by him. And, you got to expect a big game by him. He got 17 rebounds in his freshman debut. He's on probably a little bit of a high here right now. And, he wants to show Coach Harris that he deserves to get minutes and he deserves to be out of there on court.
Freshman from Sharon, Mass. had 9 offensive boards, 8 defensive for a game-high 17 to go along with 4 points as the Beacons nearly get the steal in the backcourt. Feng will set up as Curry goes from right to left in the purple road uniforms. The Beacons in their home whites with blue trim going from left to right. It's 2-0 UMass Boston early. Trying to get the ball into the hands of Thorpe Johnson. Instead, they'll hand it off for Feng with 7 on the shot clock. Feng back over into the corner. That's Mackenzie Purry. gives it off for Hemingway. He's blocked, and the Beacons look to get out in transition. Boyd slowing it down, gives it off for Charlie Mitchell, who's not really the shooter. He's the point guard. Charles Mitchell is the dynamic scorer, although both of them certainly can shoot. Boyd around the pick right at the top of the key. 13 on the shot clock. It's Charlie Mitchell with it, the lone scorer in this one. Charles has Malik Lorquette and will give it to him on the baseline with 6. Lorquette around a player, spins it up and in. A very, very nice play from the freshman. He used his length there to get around Carroll.
And I was just about to say, Seth, you mentioned that not only do you have height from this freshman class and these transfers that Coach Harris has brought in, but you have that length. And Malik Lorquette using all of his wingspan there to get that shot off.
6'4", 200, but he plays a lot bigger than that with those very long arms. Thorpe Johnson working against the smaller Charlie Johnson. Dayson Sinelli on him on the switch. They look for Carroll on the block with 5. Carroll goes over Lorquette and a nice hook shot with the left hand.
And I'm going to love to see that matchup today. Kieran Carroll, he's the biggest player here for the Colonels, standing at 6'5". And then you get UMass Boston, where they have, Julius Goins is 6'5". You got Robert Nascimento at, 6'7", and even players like Mark Monroe, who stands at 6'6". He's going to have a huge task tonight containing these Beacons.
Boyd with Curry in a little bit of a zone right now. Bit of a 3-2 as Charles Mitchell dishes off for Sinelli, who goes up and over, and the foul. A nice finish from Sinelli, who did not have a field goal make in the game against Bridgewater. He draws the foul on Mackenzie Purry, the first of the game for either side.
And you love to see that from Dayson Sinelli. On Wednesday against Bridgewater, he kind of went unnoticed, didn't get much recognition, didn't get that much playing time that he would have wanted. But he's one of those players, he's a great rebounder, and this kid can jump like crazy. And you love to see him scoring because when he gets going, he gets really hot.
Sinelli, one of the elder statesmen on the Beacons. He's a junior. The lone 3-year player is Alex Sanchez, the same class as him, but he sat out last season, so he's got 2 years of eligibility left. The Beacons team has 1 senior, couple of juniors, but only one who's been there for all 3 years. Pass down low for Purry, gets up over Lorquette, might have gotten a piece of that, and we've got a reaching foul on Mackenzie Purry, who quickly has 2 fouls here in the opening 2:46.
And you love the idea that the Beacons are pressing here. They're trying to really put a lot of pressure here on the Colonels, trying to see how deep Coach Busaka is going to go into his bench, trying to tire players out early in the game. But you saw there, and that, unfortunate that they couldn't finish on that play, but when you break a press like that, the Beacons got to know that they can't leave men open like that in the paint.
Purry will be replaced by Dwayne Booth, the junior forward out of Jamaica, New York. He's making his 3rd appearance, averaging 15.5 minutes per game. Charles Mitchell knocks down his first 3 of the 2018-19 season, and it's quickly 10-2 in favor of the Beacons.
And he's got to be saying finally, because I believe he was 0 for 10.
0 for 8 from distance, 0 for 12 overall, and he forces a steal there. Ahead for Charlie Mitchell, and Mitchell goes up over Feng, can't finish. Dayson Sinelli a little bit too much over the back there, and he's called for the loose ball foul, the first on him and the first on the Beacons.
Yeah, and you see there Charlie Mitchell apologizing, saying, hey, I know I should have finished that shot there. Unfortunately, Dayson Sinelli gets called with a foul, just being a little too aggressive. Definitely a foul there, went over the back, but again, Charlie Mitchell got to finish that play in transition.
Feng working against Charlie Mitchell. The Beacons this year have so much more depth than they've had at any point under Jason Harris. Right now, this starting 5 has played extremely well, but the bench 5 was even better the other day as Thorpe Johnson gets his first look, a little bit short on the long 3. Charles Mitchell in transition pulls up for 3, well off the mark. The rebound falls to Carroll.
And here's the thing, though, that I love about Charles Mitchell is, he hasn't been making all the shots that he was making last year, but that's not discouraging him at all from taking those shots. And Coach Harris trusts him. He's not pulling him when he's not making these shots.
Well, when you have a guy who averages 15 points per game as a freshman and he's known as a true shooter, you just got to hope that the trends will change. A nice drive there. Kicking that was Hemingway. Long 3 from Feng, and he airballs it. Boyd with the long rebound. Beacons lead 10-2. We're about to get to our first media time out of this contest. Charlie Mitchell working on Hemingway. Over for his brother Charles. The pair played at New Mission together along with newcomer Kevin Nunez, who spent his freshman year at Mount Ida. Charles Mitchell goes up, and he's fouled by the opposing number 11. That's the player just into the game, Dwayne Booth. So 3 fouls on the Colonels in the early going. The Beacons will go to the line after this media timeout. It's UMass Boston 10, Curry 2, right here on the Beacons Broadcast Network, and we'll get a stoppage for the media timeout.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
The cheerleaders are out in force for this first annual Paula Titus Memorial Tournament. Brought a lot of energy the other night for the Beacons' home opening win over Bridgewater State. We had a great crowd the other night. It looks like we've got another pretty good one with people continuing to file in. See players from, I believe it's Fisher College, who has the shorter trip. Fisher, another Boston school. Curry just outside Boston in Milton, Mass, a couple towns over. And then you've got St. Joseph's College of St. Joseph's, Vermont. There's so many St. Joseph's out there, and they're all the way from Rutland, Vermont. So that's the long drive. It's Charles Mitchell knocks down the first. Wasn't a great free throw shooter as a freshman. A little bit surprising for such a good shooter, but looked pretty good on that one. He has 4 points in the early going and can't quite hit the second. UMass Boston an 11-2 lead over the Curry College Colonels. The Beacons looking for their 7th straight trip to the championship game in their own tournament. Have not won since the 2012-2013 season as Mitchell gets a hand on it. Can't corral the loose ball, and it's Javaris Hill, another one of those freshmen, just into the game. Goes coast to coast and one as Hemingway is called for the blocking foul. And that's the scary thing, Gigi. These new Beacons bigs pretty good at pushing the ball in transition.
You love to see it. I was just about to say that. Getting the rebound on one side of the court, using his height, using his length to get that rebound, and then just an amazing play. He realized that he was going to get that foul, and that's a great job by him by using that finger roll to get the shots in and trying to make this and one.
Hill well short. So he inadvertently blew the horn after the missed free throw. Hill in his collegiate debut the other night, freshman out of Lynn, just had a nice 16 points, 12 rebounds, and went 8 for 11 from the field as we've got an offensive foul. That's the second now on Dwayne Booth. So 2 on the starter Purry, and now the backup Booth picks up 2, and it'll be Hemingway who goes to the bench instead. Coming on for the Colonels is Seth Foley, freshman guard out of Bristol, Connecticut, who had a nice game the other night against Regis, going off for a career-high 11. For the Beacons, they made a couple changes out of the timeout. Javaris Hill, the freshman, joined by Alex Sanchez, the junior out of Salem, and Kevin Nunez, the sophomore transfer, who had a double-double in his own right on Wednesday with 17 and 10. Hill, manning the 4, drives hard at Carroll all the way to the hoop, puts it up a bit shy. Beacons off to a 13-2 run. Curry hasn't scored in quite a while here. Got one other change for Curry. Looks like that's Alex Stein, the senior guard out of Mount Olive, New Jersey. His brother Lewis is also on the team, but not out there yet. Stein looks to drive, pulls up at the elbow. Thorpe Johnson still scoreless, the leading scorer, and he gives it off for Carroll, who's whistled for the travel.
And one thing that I love that Coach Harris is doing right now is you see the difference, or when you got players on the court, you got Kevin Nunez, and originally had Alex Sanchez, and now you got Charlie Mitchell. But that's the thing, is he has depth in his guards now. It's not just, Michael Boyd, Charles Mitchell, and Charlie Mitchell, but he has depth, and he can ask players, hey, I want you to go hard for, 5 minutes, 10 minutes here, get on this press, and then he can switch out players, and that gives your guards a lot more confidence.
Boyd gets the kick out from Charlie Mitchell and was in between shooting and passing, and he's called for the travel. So both teams with turnovers the last 2 possessions. Go back to the Colonels. UMass Boston leading 13-2. Just over 6 minutes into this first ever game in the first annual Paula Titus Memorial Tournament. Paula Titus, the wife of former UMass Boston head coach and current vice chancellor for athletics and recreation, Charlie Titus. It's nearly stolen away there by Charlie Mitchell, but he couldn't get to the loose ball. He's gotten his hands in on the ball a couple times on defense. Stein struggling with the dribble. He'll take a deep 3 over Javaris Hill, and he knocks it down. The first field goal in quite a while for the Colonels.
And I was just about to say, Curry they're not shooting the ball. They're trying to get these these perfect shots and these shots where they don't have a lot of pressure on them, you're not going to get that from a Beacons team they love to play defense. And you got guys that they're gonna bust up and down this court, and they're not going to let you get free shots. We saw that against Bridgewater State. They're going to run. And Curry needs to realize that any opportunity that they have for a free shot, they need to start taking them. And they're running their shot clock really low to 2 seconds. And if they keep doing that the entire game, they're not going to get the shots that they want.
Hill drove hard at Carroll and drew the foul, already the 16th foul on Curry. So you'll see UMass Boston shoot the 1-and-1 from here on out. Hill missed his first collegiate free throw, knocks down both to push the lead out to 10. Beacons just went big as you'll see them. So they send Mark Monroe, the Massasoit Community College transfer out of Quincy, Mass, in for Charlie Mitchell. So they have a true 5 out there. And Kevin Nunez, who's pretty good rebounding for a smaller forward, is in at the 3. Long 3 is off the mark from Stein, and the Beacons will look to push with Sanchez. Sanchez goes all the way, a lot of contact, and I believe it will be Stein there. Alex whistled for the foul. It'll be a 1-and-1 unless they say he was in the act of shooting. And Gigi, you go from bad to worse. You're struggling to get things going offensively, and now with 7 fouls, you don't even have to worry about foul trouble necessarily. You just have to worry about this Beacons team continuing to be aggressive. UMass Boston could be shooting the double bonus in the next minute or two if they keep going to the rim as aggressively as they have thus far.
And that's the important thing for UMass Boston here. They need to realize that Curry's going to keep fouling them, and they need to make these foul shots. If they keep making these shots, this game is going to, they're going to take a massive lead if Curry keeps fouling.
Monroe taps it out for Sanchez, who gets his own miss. An 11-point lead, and the Beacons can extend it even further. Boyd working baseline, pull-up jumper, in and out, and Monroe got to it, but he's called for the over-the-back. It wasn't really an over-the-back. It was just a little bit too much contact from the Beacons junior center. His first, team's second.
Well, that's what happens when you're 6'6" and you're just that much taller than someone. He didn't even jump. He just put his hands up and unfortunately got the contact there.
Beacons leading 16-5, looking to move to 2-0 for the 3rd straight season under head coach Jason Harris. Stein has to pick up the dribble. We've seen Curry do that a lot. Wide open at the top of the key, but 2 Beacons get there. Thorpe Johnson looking to drive, meets Monroe. Nice pass down low for Carroll, and he finishes. First points for Kieran Carroll since maybe the 17-18 minute mark. He's got a team-high 4, and his team's down 9.
It was a good thing that Carroll scored on that play because Seth Foley, again, open at the top of the key on that possession. He's got to take those shots. Beacons aren't going to give him any better look than that.
Hill was double-teamed, elected to dribble it out with 10 seconds on the clock. They looked for Hill, couldn't make the catch off the pass from Sanchez. Get immediate timeout at the next stoppage as Malik Lorquette awaits the check back in. Fang and Thorpe Johnson nearly ran into each other there. Stein being badgered by Sanchez with 16 on the shot clock. Stein elects to drive, again has to pick it up. Hill gets his hand on it, and Fang makes the catch with 9. Double teamed, Hill steals it away. He has Sanchez ahead. Hill for Sanchez, Carroll the lone player back. Hill goes up with the left hand, and the Beacons' first dunk of the day. They had quite a few of them the other night against Bridgewater.
And man, I was waiting for that play. I really hope that Alex Sanchez realized that Javaris Hill was following up, waiting there on that backside. And again, with a great dunk there by Javaris Hill, he's got to be feeling good tonight.
Well, as a guard, if the big fella is going to run, you got to reward him, and that was a nice play from Sanchez as Hill nearly has the steal. Thorpe Johnson is fouled by Monroe. That's not what you want to see if you're the Beacons. And the Beacons coaching staff upset more about the fact that Monroe was forced to contest that 3 than anything else. The second on Monroe will have 3 free throws from Thorpe Johnson after the media timeout. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Little in-game entertainment right now, but let's bring you that biggest in-game entertainment thus far. The dunk from Javaris Hill. You see he gets the steal and then wisely recognizes Sanchez is out ahead. Sanchez leaves it off. The big left-handed jam from the freshman out of Lynn, and that gives UMass Boston the lead even further. It's been about a 9 to 10 point lead for the past couple minutes, but Gigi, that last play is where the Beacons are showing their youth. Javaris Hill, who's played really well defensively, leaves his man to try to double the ball, leaving Thorpe Johnson wide open. And that's the one player that we keep talking about. You can't give any space because he's the guy who, once he gets hot, is probably going to give Curry a little bit of a scoring jolt that they haven't had in today's game.
And you mentioned it, Seth, that the Beacons they're not necessarily mad that Monroe fouled him, but that he was forced to get out there. And as a big, you shouldn't be anywhere around that 3-point lane. And, your job is to protect the paint and protect that. That's a guard's job. And, again, Javaris Hill just, a little slip up here and there. I see a stoppage here. I don't understand why. But, again, Monroe picking up 2 fouls already. So he's got to – Coach Harris has to keep an eye on that. But, again, Curry College fouling as well. You got a couple of guards in foul trouble here. That's going to be key here, especially in the second half.
Thorpe Johnson was 4 for 5 in his first 2 games, misses the first, hits the second, and the Beacons will make a substitution now at a legal point. Monroe heads to the bench. It's Julius Goins, who didn't see a ton of time in the opener. The freshman forward out of Worcester played just 3 minutes, had 2 points, a rebound, and a steal, making his debut tonight. Beacons running right now with the junior, 2 sophomores, and 2 freshman bigs. The lead is 9 with 10:48 to go in the half. Jason Sinelli back in, gives it off for Goins, up and under, and he gets the roll.
Julius Goins, using that to his advantage. You got a player who's in foul trouble, and coach is looking at you and say, hey, you need to go out there. Big thing for him. He cannot start getting in foul trouble. The Beaks, you haven't seen Malik Lorquette out here yet as a
I think we're doing a 10-second
call. Yeah. That's great defense there by the Beacons, and, they're known for that. They're known, especially their guards. They're not going to let you get past that line, and that's their goal. Coach Harris is super happy with that. You get another possession here, and they get a chance to run up the score even more.
Well, New Mission under head coach Corey McCarthy, who's sitting about 5 or 6 rows below us, was known for their pressure defense and their press, especially with the Mitchell twins and Alex Nunez as well. And that's what they did so well in their high school days, winning multiple state tournaments. That shot from distance well off the mark. Hemingway back in there, but Goins makes the steal. Beacons running 3-on-2. Goins goes all the way, a reach in, and Hemingway is going to be whistled for the foul. That's his second, already the third Colonel to pick up 2 fouls. But Gigi, that's the right play there if you're Hemingway to avoid giving up 2 more easy points to this Beacons team.
Yeah, well, at this point, you're gonna foul, you're gonna pick up another one. Now, you take your chances on this guy getting, hopefully missing a shot, but when you're down 12 points already and there's still 10 minutes left in the first half, if you're the Colonel, you got to do something. You got to change something up, and if they keep racking up these fouls, Coach Busaka's going to look at his bench and he's going to say, hey, who am I going to put in this game?
Well, he brings back Purry, who picked up 2 early fouls, to replace Hemingway, who has 2 fouls. So, interesting decision with still 10:08 to go as Goins misses both of them. Beacons did not shoot all that well in their opener despite putting up 81 points. Shot just 38% from the field, 3 of 17 from distance, and 52% from the free throw line. The scary part is that shows how much room the Beacons have to improve over their game the other night, as this team certainly is capable of shooting much better in all 3 facets of the game. As Carroll gets a rare offensive rebound, goes back up with it, and fouled. Kieran Carroll a chance for the N1 after Sinelli provided the contact.
And that's just a great play there by Kieran Carroll. You saw him, he worked really hard. He had 3 Beacons on him, jumping up, hassling him here and there. And the fact that he even got that shot off and got a chance to make that shot in there, that shows a lot from him. Coach Busaka, he's the big guy that cannot be getting into foul trouble tonight.
Well, Carroll hits the first. The Beacons now have 2 players with 2 fouls. They only have 4 fouls total, but both Monroe and Sinelli have 2 apiece for UMass Boston. Sinelli will stay out there as the Beacons face a little bit of 3/4 court pressure. It's Boyd, Sinelli, Charles Mitchell, Malik Lorquette, and Julius Goins out there as Javaris Hill heads back to the scores table. Charles Mitchell given space, and he knocks down the 3. He's got 2 of them tonight. After the Beacons managed to hit just 3 against Bridgewater.
And they're both from the same spot. I don't know. When I was in high school, there was always a spot on that court where I felt most comfortable shooting that 3-point shot, and maybe it's the same thing for Charles Mitchell here. He's not hitting them from the corner where usually that's his sweet spot, but he's hitting that 3/4 length there, and maybe that's his go-to tonight.
Fang finds Carroll, and Goins probably the only player he doesn't feel confident in defending, and he's forced to put an elbow into the back of Carroll, who draws his second consecutive foul. Now 5 on the Beacons, just 2 away from the 1-and-1. As Sinelli will be replaced by Hill. Curry has already given up 8 fouls to the Beacons, 2 fouls away from the double bonus.
You love to see the Beacons going big here. Usually you see them going much smaller as Michael Boyd gets a wonderful steal here.
Ahead for Hill with the 2-hand jam. He's got 2 dunks in the game, and the Beacons lead is up to 14.
It's like he read my mind there. He just knew that he was going for that dunk, but again, starts with Michael Boyd and getting that turnover, getting that steal, and again, Hill just making those runs and realizing that he has the opportunity. It's a 3-on-2, and he's just going to take it himself.
Really nice finish from Hill after Boyd forced the turnover. Beacons get another one. Goins is fouled. Otherwise, he might have had a dunk, or Hill was certainly hoping for it. We've got could potentially be a clear path foul. Instead, I think they're just going to get be Alex Stein. So now 4 different players for Curry have combined for 8 of the 9 fouls, and Goins, who went 0 for 2 his last time at the line, will look to hit his first collegiate free throw.
Well, you saw Alex Stein there a little bit in awe that they called that foul on him. I think it was pretty obvious. But, hey, he was just protecting his team from getting dunked on yet again by Javaris Hill, which probably would have happened and would have turned into a dunk contest here at the Clark Athletic Center.
Well, it works out. It was a 1-and-1. That was the 9th team foul. So Goins now 0 for 3 from the line. Again, places the Beacons can continue to work on. They're going to call that a shooting foul, I believe, on Malik Lorquette, and Steiner and his team 2 free throws.
I believe that's on Michael Boyd, actually.
And you're correct, Gigi. So first on Boyd, 6th on the Beacons. This game pace has slowed down a little bit over the last couple minutes because of all these fouls. Stein misses the first. Alex attended Saddle River Day along with his brother Lewis, and then started his career at Drew University, a Division III school down in New Jersey, before coming up to Curry. Both teams will make a change. Hemingway with his 2 fouls replaces Stein with 2 fouls. For the Beacons, it's Charlie Mitchell replacing Julius Goins. 13-point game, 8:21 to go in half number 1 of the Beacons broadcast network. Boyd around the corner, working on Feng. Carroll's given a lot of space for Lorquette. Boyd, pull-up jumper. That's where he was so good the other night against Bridgewater.
And Michael Boyd is just so smooth with it, and he really fools the guards when they think he's going to drive in, and he just gets that little pull-up jumper. That's something that you want to see the Curry guards. You see there, Julius Hemingway just giving that ball away. A little miscommunication there. But again, Michael Boyd showing what the Curry Colonels should be doing. You know, get these points in transition, pretend like you're going to drive, and pull up for that jumper. The Beacons are giving the Colonels that space.
Got another media timeout. We'll take it with the teams. It's UMass Boston up by 15 with 7:55 to go in half number 1.
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
(27-12) in favor of the host UMass Boston Beacons. This is game 1 of 2 on the day, as UMass Boston and Curry College will be followed by Fisher College and the College of St. Joseph's Vermont. Tomorrow we'll have the consolation game, the 2 losers playing at 1 p.m. before the first ever championship game of the Paula Titus Memorial Tournament tips off at 3 p.m. For the Beacons out of the timeout, it'll be Hill, Lorquette, Charlie Mitchell, Charles Mitchell, and Kevin Nunez. So the 3 former New Mission Titans all out on the floor together. Nunez had a big first game with the Beacons, hasn't made as big of an impact today. Underneath it's Purry, who's a little bit short, goes up with the second time. 2 Beacons get the swat, but apparently a little bit of contact according to one of our referees. Let's give you the names of that referee crew right now. Stephen Uno, Stephen Castle, and Rich Napolitano working today's game. They're going to get Javaris Hill his first foul, and that's going to send Curry back to the free throw line. It'll be Mackenzie Purry, the junior out of Jackson, New Jersey.
And you saw there Javaris Hill and Malik Lorquette looking at each other, and he was like, man, neither one of them thought that Javaris Hill deserved that foul there. Our view up here probably isn't as good as the referees down there, though.
Certainly not. As both free throws off the mark, Hill pulls down the rebound. Still a little frustrated there were free throws to begin with. Mitchell around a Hill screen, drives all the way, and Charlie with the finish with the left hand.
And you got to love those plays there from Charlie Mitchell. Not known to be more of the scorer, he's more of the assists guy. And, you just love to see him there using that lane, and, the Colonel's not able to defend him in his speed.
Up top, it's Carroll. Carroll trying to get it to Thorpe Johnson. Denial from Charlie Mitchell. Goes up over Lorquette and Hill. Offensive rebound attempt is no good, and it's picked up there by Lorquette. In transition, the Beacons had numbers, but Thorpe Johnson's now back into the play. Charlie tries to hand it off for Lorquette. Nearly stolen away, and Stein finally picks it up. Alex Stein has done a nice job today coming off the bench. Still haven't seen his brother Lewis, who has played sparingly this season. Carroll off the mark, but easily gets his own rebound, and Lorquette is called for the foul as he blocks the shot. So Kieran Carroll back to the line. Malik Lorquette picks up his first foul, and all of a sudden, Curry College is 2 fouls away from the double bonus as the Beacons have gotten a little foul happy.
And you got to give a lot of credit to Kieran Carroll, for that matter of fact. He's really working on Lorquette and even on Hill. And you see Monroe checking into the game. He's got 2 fouls on him already. If I'm Coach Busaka, you got to let your players know. You got to let them know, hey, this guy's got 2 fouls on him. Try to get some contact off him. Try to get a third before halftime.
Carroll was a perfect 4 for 4 in his first 2 games from the free throw line. Goes 1 of 2 there. Charles Mitchell, looking for his third 3 of the half. A little bit short there, and it bounces out of bounds. The Beacons lead by 16, though, with 6:34 to go. Remember to stick with us at halftime as we'll have an interview with head coach Jason Harris. Been a pretty easy first half, but I'm sure he'll still have some critiques of his team, as Jason Harris is never happy till the final whistle.
And if you haven't tuned into the Beacons broadcast before, you got to watch this interview with Seth, because Coach Harris loves to give him his 2 cents on Seth. He's always picking on him here and there.
Yeah, we'll probably hear a little bit of a critique on my style, not that I'll ask about it, as Carroll's called for the too many steps. Beacons get it back. Both teams have been a little bit too turnover prone here in the first half.
And if you're the Beacons, you got to love the aggressiveness that they bring. And, you see it in Charles Mitchell when you trying to get that shot off here and there as we have a whistle here.
I think we're going to get a technical foul on Joe Busaka, who was screaming at the referee. We are going to get a technical. And it will be on Curry. They didn't name someone, so it's likely going to be Busaka. Charles Mitchell will take the free throws. I don't know what Busaka was upset about, but you could hear him easily even with the headset, as Charles a little bit off the mark on the free throw. Surprising that he was the one who took it, although he is the most senior of the group. He and Charlie, the only returners from a year ago. Beacons will get it back as Busaka whistled. Bit of an odd tech as Charles will take a second one. He was really frustrated in missing the first.
I think that they called, Busaka was really frustrated. I think it was on that call on Kieran Carroll, on that travel in the paint there, as you saw, I believe the assistant coach talking to him after, trying to explain to him, hey, if that didn't work, you got to try a different move if the refs are going to keep calling that every time.
Mitchell 0 for 2, but the Beacons retain possession after the technical foul on the first-year head coach, Joe Busaka. Charlie Mitchell down low for Monroe, looking for his first points over the smaller Carroll, off the mark, and Carroll with the rebound. He's easily been the most effective player today for Curry, as Thorpe Johnson hasn't been very much involved at all in this game. I believe he's still scoreless.
And Monroe's got to be really careful when he misses those shots. He's lengthy and he's got the wingspan, he's got the arms for it, but when he reaches over, man, it's too much.
Spencer Feng goes hard to the hoop. He'll draw the foul and 2 free throws. Both teams going to be in the double bonus the rest of the way, as that was the 9th foul on the Beacons. Curry's already been whistled 10 times. Feng, who averages just 2.5 points per game. 3 of 4 this year from the free throw line. As a sophomore, finished at 7 of 11, so not a guy who drives all that often. It was a nice take to the hoop. The Beacons will bring back 2 of their more veteran players, as Boyd and Sanchez will replace Charles Mitchell and Mark Monroe.
Beacon's going much smaller here. You know, you got Charlie, Alex Sanchez, Michael Boyd, and Kevin Nunez right now probably playing the 4 with Javaris Hill as the 5. So going much smaller, but using their speed, trying to use their speed to beat the Colonels in these last 5 minutes.
I mean, realistically, Curry's only playing one true big in Kieran Carroll, and Hill is certainly capable of using his size and length to bother Carroll. Boyd thought about the 3, and he's called for the travel. Thorpe Johnson just enough of a closeout. And the Beacons right now, Gigi, look a little bit tentative after a hot start.
Well, they're second guessing themselves a little bit, and they haven't gotten off to that big start that they're used to getting. And got guys like Michael Boyd, who hasn't scored that much. As you see an offensive foul here on the Colonels, but again, you see Alex Sanchez's defense right there, and that's what he's so good at. He's good at defending those point guards and getting those fouls, and even those steals. Most of his points come off of steals in the backcourt and just simply driving to the hoop, using his speed for that.
That's the 3rd on Stein, and maybe a little bit of an acting job by Alex. I love him, one of the nicest kids on the team, but he took 3 or 4 steps, pulled a LeBron maybe, and the Beacons are going to be called for yet another travel. This Beacons team is really shooting themselves in the foot. The lead is 14, but a little bit better execution. It could easily be close to 25 right now.
Now you see Coach Busaka getting really hyped after that play, and all he wants his team to do is convert on these turnovers. The Beacons are handing them opportunities to score points, and they can't seem to convert on them.
Thorpe Johnson double teamed as Charlie Mitchell's right up in his face. Stein, a deep 3, front rim, no good. Carroll rips down the rebound over Nunez, and Kieran Carroll continues to be, well, close to the lone source of offense for this Curry team.
And if I'm Kieran Carroll, he's giving his guards the confidence that he's going to be able to get those rebounds.
Boyd, a deep 3. Hill tries to tap the rebound himself. Sanchez from straight away. His shot is true, and the lead is 32. Gigi, I'd love to take a moment to comment on the Curry bench. Joe Busaka, this is a team that's lost 25 straight games, but Busaka's coaching like this is the NCAA tournament. High energy level, getting the bench pumped up. I like what I see out of Curry despite the fact they're down 15.
Well, yeah, and that's what you want from a coach. You're down by 15, but there's still a lot of game left. And we say this for every single sport that you're playing. You play till the last whistle, and anything could happen. You see the Beacons here going on a little bit of time where they haven't scored that many baskets. All the Colonels need to do is start converting on these plays. And it all starts with Coach Busaka. It's like a domino effect. If your coach is into the game, your bench is going to be into the game, and that's going to translate into your players. 30-second timeout from Curry. We'll get a media timeout potentially in 4 seconds from now on the game clock. We'll take a brief break, and then we'll be back as UMass Boston's lead is 15 here in half number 1.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
.403 to go. You see UMass Boston, the group of 5 out there. Alex Sanchez, Charlie Mitchell, Michael Boyd, Malik Lorquette, and Javaris Hill talking over strategy. Beacons had a pretty short conversation during that 30-second timeout. Curry finally breaks their huddle. Thorpe Johnson, Stein, Feng, Carroll, and Purry. Quite a few of those players in foul trouble, including Stein, who's been left out there with 3 fouls. That's some dangerous territory. Very infrequently you see a player still out there with 3 fouls in the first half. Feng trying to get the inbound with 9 on the shot clock. They find Thorpe Johnson from the baseline. He's short, and the rebound bounces around for Boyd. In transition, it's Sanchez working on Stein. Leaves it off for Hill, the left-hand layup. Beautiful work in transition, and Sanchez with another assist.
And man, that was fun to watch. And not only the run there by Javaris Hill, but the no-look pass by Alex Sanchez. That That's textbook right there, man. He's on that. He's got 2 players in the zone. He knows that he's not tall enough to get past those players, but he knows that Javaris Hill is coming in, running like a bull. Just hands that ball off right there. Perfect execution there by the Beacons. Coach Harris has to be happy with his team right now.
Michael Boyd on the other side, a little bit too physical with the hands there. As Feng was bringing the ball up, he picks up his second, 10th on the Beacons, and Feng will get a chance for 2 more free throws. The Beacons are doubling up Curry, but again, Jason Harris doesn't look all that happy, and I don't mean to denigrate Curry as a program, but when a team's lost 25 straight games and you're trying to build towards beating NCAA tournament teams like Keene and EastCon, the Beacons probably for the first couple weeks playing a team like Curry and some of their other non-conference opponents, it's all about consistent effort and consistent execution for this Beacons team so that when they're playing those top-tier LAC teams, they're ready.
Well, you want to use non-conference games, and especially early on in the season coming off of a huge win against Bridgewater State, who went to the NCAA last year. You want to use these games, to get the rust off and to learn the dynamic of the team and which players work best with who. And that's what Coach Harris wants from his team, and they executed perfectly on Wednesday. And like you said, not to take any credit away from Curry College playing a great game here right now, but Coach Harris wants to see his team, push it a little bit more. You want to see a little bit more from your team. You want them to play a little bit more, dangerous, so to speak. You want to see the limits that he can push his guys to.
First free throw is good. If we can take a look at Jason Harris right now, you see a really frustrated Jason Harris alongside Jamie Morrison, the Beacons head assistant, former head coach at MCLA. After that foul on Alex Sanchez, and I saw both coaches immediately say that's not a foul. I think both coaching staffs right now are frustrated with how ticky-tack some of these fouls have been as Boyd's off the mark. Both teams in the double bonus as Sanchez gets the steal over for Hill, looking for his 3rd dunk of the half, and goes with the left hand. Javaris Hill excites the crowd as he has been putting together some real highlight reel plays here in the first half.
And I know that we're crediting Javaris Hill, and that's a great dunk there. But again, Alex Sanchez with the defense, and we even got to credit Charlie Mitchell on that. He got the original tip-off on Feng, got the steal together, and again, Sanchez with the great court vision, realizing that Hill was coming up running. Great pass, great play there by the Beacons yet again.
Thorpe Johnson on the smaller Charlie Mitchell, the fadeaway well short. He's still struggling here. Ahead to Sanchez, thought about the pull-up 3, goes all the way to the tin. The scoop shot is no good, and Purry with the rebound.
Hey, I'm not going to lie. We've seen the great work and the great chemistry of Alex Sanchez and Javaris Hill. I thought we were going to see an alley-oop there. I'm not going to lie. There was a 2-on-2, perfect opportunity.
That bench unit has been especially impressive throughout this year. Carroll, a hard drive, goes up over Lorquette, a little bit too strong, and Hill the rebound. Beacons are out-rebounding Curry, but not by as large of a margin as they did the other game against Bridgewater. Lorquette over and into the body of Carroll. He's well short, and Carroll picks up yet another rebound.
And you saw there Malik Lorquette, Kieran Carroll playing great defense on him. And you saw him, he tried to get one shot one way, couldn't get it the other way, couldn't even use his length. And now he gets called with his foul, and I believe that's his second on Malik Lorquette as well.
And you are correct. So he is the 4th Beacon with 2 fouls. On the other side for Curry, they have 4 players with 2 or more fouls. Stein has 3. And that was just a veteran play from Carroll. The pump fake to get Lorquette up in the air and then easily drew the contact, looking for the N1, couldn't quite finish. Carroll will head back to the line yet again, knocks down the first. 36-22. Beacons have led by double digits for at least the last 10, 11 minutes, if not a little bit longer. Their lead's been as large as 16 or 17, but Curry trying to cut into the deficit before halftime. The second from Carroll is good. Beacons bring Goins out to replace Lorquette. And Hill is replaced by Nunez. The Beacons going a bit smaller right now. Sanchez being worked on by Thorpe Johnson, a 3, and he knocks it down off the screen.
I mean, we talked about it in the pregame, and we mentioned a lot of Thorpe Johnson, but he's been silent here in this game. I think he only has 2 points, maybe 4. He's got 2 baskets made or something, but the Beacons defense, and you got to credit Alex Sanchez, and Michael Boyd's been doing an amazing job on containing him and not letting him get the shots off.
Charlie Mitchell in transition, 1v2, leaves it for his brother Charles. For Sanchez, looking for his second straight 3, in and out. Goins over the back, and that has been called all game long. Kieran Carroll has been living at the free throw line, and he'll get a chance for 2 more as Goins got his hands on the ball, but clearly was right over the shoulder and made a little contact with Kieran Carroll, who's gotten tremendous inside position throughout this game.
Hey, and a junior in Kieran Carroll, he's playing like a veteran right now, and he knows he's just got really great vision of the court. He knows that he's going to get these fouls. You got players that are taller than him. Julius Goins is taller than him. Mark Monroe is taller than him, and even Malik Lorquette, but he is using his height disadvantage in his advantage.
Carroll knocks it down 39-25 in favor of UMass Boston. Minute to play in the first half. Sanchez looking for help. Finds it in the form of Charles Mitchell. Charles, the step back 3, well short, a line drive into the front of the rim. Fang working with it. 17 seconds between shot clock and game clock. Curry trying to slow this game down, and he turns it over. Nunez the steal. He'll look for a big dunk. Goes up with 2 hands, and that gives the Beacons a 16-point advantage as Curry will have one last possession.
And I think that we're going to get here. We're going to get a delayed game or something.
I think we're going to delay of game warning against the Beacons, and it'll be a warning. You do get that first warning, so 22.9 seconds to go. Shot clock turned off, and I think we're going to get a little conversation right now between our referees just checking on the scoreboard. We've had some issues in the Clark today with the scoreboard over the Beacons basket here in the first half with the clock going on and off. And after that last dunk from Nunez, the clock did go off. So 16-point Beacons lead. Curry has a chance for the final shot if they don't turn it over again. Beacons have scored quite a few points off Curry turnovers. Down to 8. Stein with the ball. Stein around a Carroll screen up top for Curry. Finds Carroll going to the hoop, and that should do it. 41-27 as Sanchez's heave is well short. That'll take us to the half. We'll take a timeout and be back with head coach Jason Harris at court level.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
What separates UMass Boston from other schools is the fact that a large percentage of students commute. For me, it takes 2 hours each day to go to and from school, but every second has been worth it because the students that come here are serious about learning, they value their education, and understand where it'll take them in the future. This is what UMass Boston means to me.
UMass Boston was my first choice because when I came to the campus, I saw that there was a lot of diversity. There's a lot of people. Here there is a lot of international students, so it's really cool to meet people from different countries, different parts of the world. I'm Julia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
I'm Olivia Murphy. I'm from Canton, Massachusetts.
We're sisters.
We're sisters.
I play volleyball and she plays basketball. Here they have a freshman success community. So each major has their own community that you can join as a freshman, and you take classes with them, you do study groups with them.
My head coach, Jason Harris. Coach, a lot of fouls being called on both sides. What do you focus on with your guys in trying to maybe reduce the fouls and get into a more solid rhythm in that second half?
It's really just about focus and staying down, a couple breakdowns. You know, we don't really adjust at all to it. We're going to continue to play hard. They've made 6 field goals. Our 14, their 20 free throws have kept them in the game. So I'm not happy about that. We're taking some quick shots, Seth, but we're just got to play harder. We're not playing hard enough.
You've gotten Jared Thorpe-Johnson out of his game a little bit, but Kieran Carroll is obviously having a big first half. Defensively, what's the big focus in the second half?
Continue to keep Jared Thorpe-Johnson out of it. I mean, I don't know if they can win if we hold them under 20. Maybe they can, but I'm fine with Kieran Carroll rebounding and killing us. We got to do a better job on the other guys.
Offensively, you're killing them in points off of turnovers. In terms of your half-court offense, seems like you guys are a little bit more tentative than you were against Bridgewater State. A lot of turnovers where guys are being indecisive. Is that a little bit of nerves, a little bit of youth, or just not executing what you guys want to see on the offensive end?
I think it's probably a little bit of all three. I mean, we're young and inconsistent, and that's what we're going to get. One night we'll get Bridgewater, one night we're going to get tonight. We're just taking quick shots, though. That's what I don't like. We're taking quick, uncontested threes. Like, keep playing. These guys give up 96 points a game, 50% defensive field goal. They give up 35 free throws a game, and we've taken, 13. So, got to get more.
Coach, thanks for your time. Apparently your temperament has improved with the second child. We'll head back up top right now and take a look at a season preview for this Beacons team. Very young team with very high expectations for this 2018-19 season.
This year's preseason was pretty productive. We learned a lot, played a competitive team first, okay team second, but I thought we got some good stuff out of it, learn where guys can play, learn what guys can do, getting ready for the season. I think the mindset is different because you want to take off from where you left off from, so we started winning. We won more games than the prior year, so we want to take off from there and win as much as we can, get that LEC championship.
I mean, Dason Sinelli's been here for 3 years, so he's a big part of our leadership. And I've been here before, too, so we got a couple of second-year guys, so that's where a lot of our leadership comes from. Yeah, anyone could take your spot now, so one person goes down, the next person can step up, and you could lose your spot. So you really got to always take advantage of your reps, your opportunities, and hope for the best.
Having Alex is going to be actually good because now me and Mike don't have to be the only scorers. We have Alex, and they don't have to double me or run a play called boxing one on me, and that opens up a lot for us three to score, and also to open up for Malik and Kevin and RJ and all of them in the paint to actually score, and they have to worry about all five instead of just me and Mike. Malik, he's going to be a big factor to helping our team get rebounds and pushing the pace. He's really athletic. He rebounds like crazy. Julius, RJ, really shooter. He can come in for me, knock down a couple shots. We got the freshman class is actually, everyone is looking pretty good. They all can contribute if they just, Fred, don't make the freshman mistakes, but all of them can contribute.
The whole team stood out, to be honest. With the new guys, they're learning, they're adapting pretty quick, getting used to the system, and returners just getting better and bringing those new guys on.
Probably have the best front court in the league, even though we were voted third. I think we have the talent. We just got to get the young guys to really get into the college mindset. It's not high school anymore, so I think once they get that down, I think we'll be dangerous in the front court and back court. We're long, athletic. We have a lot of people that can get up, including me, Julius, RJ. We're the ones that really can go dunk it on an offensive rebound, get it on defense, push it ourselves, and just make a play on both sides of the court. So our back court and front court is looking dangerous this year.
Any one of us could catch fire at any time, so it's like if two of us catch fire one game, two can catch the other game, so it's just you never know.
We just try to tell them stay focused, work hard. I mean, this is two main things. You got to buy into what we're doing here. You do that, it makes the process easier. It's a big jump from high school to college, so it's tough for anybody.
It's focus, and we didn't really work as hard as we could. We got a lot of young guys, so they don't really understand how hard it's going to be to beat teams in conference. Those scrimmages weren't really anything. It's just the start.
My point of emphasis was just to, stay solid and just stay locked in. I mean, nothing really that you can change. Once you get into the game, it's your mindset is on one thing, is to get a dub. So when we get that and we start rolling like that, then I just think everything will fall into place. So with the young guys, we just got to get them into that mindset, and then we'll just keep going from there.
I'm excited. I've been spreading the word about the games and trying to get everyone in the community to come to support us, to show that we are ready to make a dent in the league, to go all the way, and to actually make the tournament. And I'm pretty excited, and I hope tomorrow shows that everybody's here for Beacons and that Beaconville is ready to make that step.
I see us winning the LEC championship. I think we just got to put those pieces to the puzzle, just get everybody on the same page, and once we get rolling, I think we can achieve that goal.
Welcome back to the Clark Athletic Center. The Beacons lead by 14.5, but not surprisingly, Jason Harris wasn't too happy with his team's performance, and he made a lot of good points. This team is giving up 50% from the field, but also 50% from behind the arc in their first couple of games. The Beacons have not shot nearly that well, and also the Beacons doing a couple things to keep Curry in the contest. To see the Beacons warming up, let's take a look at the halftime team stats first and foremost. The Beacons did in fact shoot 53%, but just 40% from distance, 4 of 10. UMass Boston actually being out-rebounded, which is a stunning stat. And assists 9-2 in favor of the Beacons. Obviously those 14 turnovers hurting Curry, but I think the free throw discrepancy, just 13 attempts for the Beacons. Curry's actually hit 14 free throws of their 20, so that's a big reason why Curry is within 14 in a game that otherwise the Beacons easily could have run away with.
Well, a big stat that I want to point out here are the turnovers. You got 6 for the Beacons, 14 for the Colonels. That's a lot, and usually you want to have, ideally, less than 20 in an entire game. So they really got to limit their turnovers. For the Beacons, they really got to start converting on these turnovers. And they're converting on, I want to say, like half of the turnovers that they're given. But great job on them by protecting the ball, because in their home opener against Bridgewater State, they had a lot of silly little turnovers. And it's the traveling calls, it's the 3-second violations. Those are the calls that you don't want to get. And, when you start talking about fouls, and I know that's not a stat here, but that, again, you got to start watching out for that. You got a ton of players that have 2 fouls, especially Curry College. I believe 2 or 3 of their guards are already in foul trouble. And normally when you talk about fouls, you talk about your bigs. They're usually the ones that are getting into big foul trouble, with points in the paint and stuff like that. But even as a guard, you're making these, silly little fouls of, little slaps here, little here and there. That's something that you really don't want during a game.
Let's take a look at the team leaders right now. For UMass Boston, it's been the freshman Javaris Hill, who's had a tremendous first half. He has a team high 12. That's Charles Mitchell with 7, along with Alex Sanchez. Hill also leads the team in rebounds. It doesn't show there, but dunks. Alex Sanchez and Michael Boyd with 3 assists each. On the other side, 16 points from Kieran Carroll. Carroll also has a game-high 9 rebounds, 3 of them on the offensive end. The player we expected to have a big game, our player to watch, Jared Thorpe-Johnson, 1 point, 0 for 5 from the field, 1 of 3 from the free throw line, and just 1 assist in 20 minutes. That's a huge reason why the Beacons have a more comfortable lead, because they've held Curry's leading scorer to pretty much nothing.
Well, and it's not that he obviously isn't converting on shots when he's over 5, but only having 5 shot attempts in the first 20 minutes of that entire game is, incredible. That's a great job there by the Beacons, and oftentimes it's Michael Boyd playing one-on-one defense with him, and he's containing him so well. He's not giving him the space that Thorpe Johnson wants to create for him to take shots, for him to get into the lane, and that's just a great job there by the Beacons. And if they can contain him, the next thing that they're going to have to start doing is containing Kieran Carroll.
Let's take a look right now around the rest of Beaconville. Couple of games coming up later on tonight and this weekend. The women's hockey team conference game at Salem State tonight at 6. Men's hockey looking to put their 5-0 record on edge against Suffolk at 7. And the women's basketball team, they'll play in a tournament of their own this weekend. They take on Kaika College tomorrow at 3 p.m. at Emerson College. Take a look around the rest of the conference. 1 game to update, and we do have a score. Western Connecticut State, well, they're playing pretty well under their new head coach. They lead Worcester State by 24 at the break. UMass Dartmouth hosts Clark later tonight. Eastern Connecticut State takes on William Patterson from New Jersey at 7:30. And Castleton, the conference's newest school, takes on Colby Sawyer at 7:30. Finally, a look ahead for the Beacons. Well, they'll be right back here tomorrow. A game against either Fisher College or the College of St. Joseph's Vermont. They'll take on the winner if they win this one. The loser if they lose, although the Beacons do have a 14-point halftime advantage. And then they travel to Eastern Nazarene on Tuesday before taking on UMass Lowell in an exhibition game on Friday at 2. Let's take a commercial break right now, and then we'll be back with the second half as UMass Boston leads 41-27 after 20 minutes.
People at UMass Boston, they're here because they know they can have an impact, not just on research, but on people, on their students.
This is just a starting point. It only has potential to grow, and it has a big potential to grow up.
You're really having a direct impact on people's lives, and you can see that now, and you can see that years from now.
So I think it's becoming like the place that people want to go. What UMass Boston is able to offer to its young people certainly stands out to that mission that was set right out in the beginning. It's something UMass Boston should be and can be very proud about.
Got a little bit of a delay right now. You see Gamal Abiona, the head of facilities here at UMass Boston Athletics, working on the shot clock / game clock above the now Curry basket. It's been giving us some issues. The issue is a wire behind the clock currently is bent, so they're doing their best they can to keep it working. We had no issues with that clock throughout the first 17, 18 minutes, but a late Javaris Hill dunk, actually might have been an Alex or a Nunez dunk that might have done it. But again, just trying to get it to work because it's a disadvantage for whatever team's shooting that way. If the clock's going on and off, you lose the shot clock, and obviously that makes it a little bit harder in terms of figuring it out. As Gamal Abiona is doing the best that he can. Welcome addition to UMass Boston Athletics, a longtime friend of UMass Boston head coach Jason Harris. The two worked together when Harris was an assistant coach at LIU Brooklyn, and Abiona was working in the athletics department there as well. So continuing to try to get that going. We're going to take another short commercial break. We'll be back when we have some live action as the Beacons lead 41-27 during this extended halftime. Well, we've got a moment. We totally forgot about the highlights from that first half. So let's talk over some of those highlights right now, as Gamal Abiona seems to have fixed it, but they're going to take a little bit of time to get off the ladder and get the teams ready to go. So let's take a look at some of those first half highlights right now while we've got a moment. Early on, it's the block from Lorquette from behind and the acrobatic save. Then we've got an N1 from Dason Sinelli, who again hasn't been all that active, just 3 points in the first half. Charles Mitchell knocks down one of his multiple three-pointers. Javaris Hill, the strong take, and he got the block there. As we're about to get back to live action, we'll take two more highlights right now. There's the long three from Stein, and then finally, this is the Hill steal, and then the first of his three dunks as Sanchez leaves it off for him in transition. And now we'll head back to live action because don't want to miss any more highlights, but a really Nice job there from our director, Alyssa Fugel, who's on her game right now, keeping us abreast of the situation and reminding us of things that we were supposed to remember ourselves. My name is Seth Dorensky, joined by Ghislaine Braga. So the Beacons lead 41-27. Gigi, what's your big key for each side here in the second half?
Well, if you're the Beacons, you really got to start playing your game. You got to play the type of basketball that you played in those first 7 to 8 minutes of that first half. And we're talking about comfortable basketball. You're not forcing anything here and there. Thought that shot was going to go in there by Charles Mitchell. He really had a feeling there on that one. But if you're the Colonels, you got to keep feeding Carroll. That's your go-to. You see that Thorpe Johnson hasn't really been hot so far. He's obviously still going to stay out there on the court. They're trying to get him some shots as well. But your focus is on feeding Carroll. He's been your leading scorer. He's got 16 points in the first half. He's really keeping you in this game.
Charles Mitchell tries again on the runner, can't finish. Stein, the only non-starter who starts the second half. Otherwise, the same 9 for their teams as Stein replaces Julius Hemingway. Charles Mitchell to the floor off some nice dribbling from Stein, but he's able to get back up. Thorpe Johnson working on Boyd, looking for his first made field goal. Just 1 point for the leading scorer for Curry, and quickly gets his first 2 of the second half.
And you love to see that from him. See him get the early baskets here in the second half. And as you said, you don't want to let him get going, because once he gets going, it's going to be hard to stop him. That's going to be the key here for the Beacons in the second half.
Sinelli hard to the tin, a little bit off the mark, and Lorquette mistimed his jump, and then coming in to try to slow down the fast break was, I believe, Charles Mitchell, who's going to be called for the foul. That is the first on Mitchell, first on the Beacons. Beacons have gotten a couple of good looks, haven't finished, and Gigi, for a player like Thorpe Johnson, who led his team last year with just under 14 points per game, averaging 23 this season, the last thing you want to see is see him get 1 or 2 early easy looks. As Curry turns it over again, that's turnover 15 of the game.
And that's not the first time that we've seen a player run like that by the Colonels and just to no avail. No one waiting there on the other side. That's a miscommunication there. Coach Busaka's a little upset with this team that they can't seem to find the simple plays, the simplicity in the game.
Boyd into the lane amongst 4 Colonels, off the mark with the left hand, and Thorpe Johnson rips down the rebound. Beacons thought about sending Javaris Hill to the scorer's table, and Thorpe Johnson throws it away too far up the ladder for Spencer Fang. Would have probably needed that ladder Kamal Abiano was on moments ago to get to that pass.
But that's a good play there by Dason Sinelli to realize where Thorpe Johnson was going. He went right to the corner as soon as he got over the half-court line and trap immediately. And that's what you got to do. You got to start putting these guys under pressure, get those turnovers real quick here in the second half. Try to get yourself a lead.
Handoff over for Boyd. Boyd with Thorpe Johnson a couple feet away from him. Boyd into the corner for Charlie Mitchell. 10 on the shot clock. Charlie looking for his options, down to 8. Gets a screen from Hill. Pulls up off the mark. The Beacons still looking for that first bucket here in the second half as their 14-point lead is down to 13. Rather 12. And we've got an offensive foul as Charlie Mitchell hits the deck again. That's Charles Mitchell, rather. But he was pushed off. That's 4 on Stein. 2 of them have been offensive fouls.
Yeah, and he's really got to be careful. I mean, he's got 4 fouls. He's got 2.
No, they call that on Carroll, which might be even more damaging as he's their best big, but he's called for the moving screen.
Yeah, I originally thought that was going to be called on Carroll there, but as you said, could be a lot more dangerous for them when your leading scorer here in this game, someone that's scored 2/3 of your points here in the first half, you don't want him being the one getting into foul trouble.
Javaris Hill called for the offensive foul. Jason Harris unhappy with it, and it was interesting that the official on the far side from us is the one who called that. The referee closest to the ball had no issues with that play, was going to let it play on. The Beacons now with 2 fouls in the half and 2 on Hill. A little bit of full court pressure, nearly turned over. Curry picked up his dribble, but able to find Thorpe Johnson, who's doubled. For Carroll, wide open Thorpe Johnson, he's got 5. Just like that, a 4-0 Curry run. The lead is just 10 for the host Beacons, and we'll get a Beacons timeout with 17:03 to play. We'll take a timeout with the teams.
Paris changed my life, and I got there through UMass. Those very specific seminal moments in Paris. The subway. A man in a tuxedo walked in, and a woman in a long gown. And it was stunning. It all hit me. It was like a lightning bolt. There was this world of beauty and style that I wanted to be a part of. That was the beginning of the journey. And that all came through the University of Massachusetts. And that was really a key moment for me. That's one of those moments you never forget.
You just saw some of the inner workings of the Beacons Broadcast Network as we were chopping up that last play. A really well-run play by the Colonels as the Beacons trapping constantly, and it led to Thorpe Johnson wide open underneath. The leading scorer for Curry now has 5 for the game, 4 in the opening 3 minutes of the second half. Nunez into the game, looks to work on Purry hard with the left hand, and a beautiful finish from the Mount Ida transfer.
Now, we haven't seen much here from Kevin Nunez, even in the first half. You know, he's got that one incredible dunk that he had there, you know, had a great dunk against Bridgewater State as well. And actually on both of the dunks that Nunez has had, he's got called for something on it. It was a delay of game, and then against Bridgewater, just a horrible call there. But you like to see Kevin Nunez get into the action, get into the game, because he could really do some damage for the Beacons.
Carroll attempting a 3. Thought it might be a long 2. And the Beacons kind of baited him into taking it, but Kieran Carroll, the junior out of Connecticut, knocks down the 3. That's his first made 3 of the year, was 0 for 2 prior. As Nunez, the response, giving him way too much time. He's got 5 of his 7 points here in the second half.
Well, you don't really blame the Beacons for giving Carroll the amount of room over there, because you don't expect a big to be shooting a 3 like that. And Carroll saying, hey, you know, you're going to give me 5 feet of space. Let me show you what I can do with the ball.
Stein over for Feng. Well, also the Beacons trying to put a little bit more attention on Thorpe Johnson with the double teams. As Thorpe Johnson over Charlie Mitchell. That's a mismatch for UMass Boston, and Thorpe Johnson now has 6 in the second half, up to 7 for the game.
Well, that's a good look there by the Colonels to seek out Thorpe Johnson, realize that he's got a mismatch going, and if Coach Harris keeps putting Charlie Mitchell on him the entire game, you know, that's going to be on day in and day out. And that's really going to come down on guys like Javaris Hill and Kevin Nunez and players stepping in to help against Thorpe Johnson.
Well, you'll see Mitchell check off. Alex Sanchez checks on. I don't think that's the matchup the Beacons want. I think that Curry's doing a nice job of screening. Michael Boyd's the guy who's actually trying to match up with Thorpe Johnson. That was our matchup to watch in this game. Beacons lead by 10 with 15:34 to go. We've got a media timeout, and we'll take a break with the teams. UMass Boston looks to make it to the title game of their own tournament for a 7th consecutive season.
The University of Massachusetts Boston. It's just minutes from downtown, and the Princeton Review calls it one of the best values in the country. A nationally recognized institution of academic excellence and research, UMass Boston offers more than 150 undergraduate and graduate programs, 16 Division III sports, and more than 100 student organizations. To learn more about the opportunities waiting for you at UMass Boston, visit in person or online. UMass Boston, a research university with a teaching soul.
See the Beacons talking. That's Boyd and Nunez. It'll be UMass Boston inbounding the ball underneath the Curry basket here with 21 on the shot clock. Sanchez, Nunez, Hill, Boyd, and Charles Mitchell for the Beacons. Charles Mitchell met by Purry over the far side for Nunez, working along the baseline, down low for Hill. Perfect pass, and the Beacons extend the lead to 12.
And as soon as I mention it, say that Kevin Nunez, you'd like for him to get hot. Not only does he have a couple baskets, but he's getting these great looks and feeding Javaris Hill. And you'll have to see Hill back into this game as, again, another guard getting these silly little fouls. And Charles Mitchell knows better not to reach. And you see Coach Harris getting a little bit frustrated there with his team that you don't want to give up those silly little early fouls.
Well, that's 2 on Charles Mitchell, 3 on the Beacons. Remember, both teams fouled over 10 times in the first half. In fact, the Beacons fouled 13 times, Curry 9. Curry shot 14 of 20 from the free throw line. The Beacons hit just 5 of 13. Feng into the corner for Stein, and Stein's called for too many steps. So the Beacons get it back. UMass Boston has led by as many as 17. Curry has not led at any point as the Beacons got off to a 10-2 lead. But Curry's cut it back to 10, even down 12. They feel like they're in it. Sanchez drives hard to the hoop, and you can't lose Alex Sanchez if you're Spencer Fay.
No, and you know, he might be, he's probably the shortest guy on this team, but hey, he knows it. But he knows that his speed, he's got the advantage when it comes to speed against any player on the court.
Double team comes. They find Carroll, and he's called for the steps. Hearing Carroll sped up a little bit too much. Back-to-back turnovers, and the Beacons have a chance to stretch this past 15. Gigi, he might be the shortest, but he also thinks, and he's probably right, that he's the fastest. Sometimes speed kills.
Absolutely. And I've honestly I haven't seen this many traveling calls in a game, Seth. I mean, we're talking back-to-back possessions here, lost by, you know, you're not being careful, not watching your steps. You know, you got to dribble the ball before you step with it.
Sanchez with the air ball, a great play by Charlie Mitchell to keep it in, throwing it off Thorpe Johnson. Nunez goes to work on the block, too strong. His own offensive rebound, lost it going up, and it's picked up by Purry as the Beacons staff thought that should have been a foul. 14 minutes to play. The lead is 14 for UMass Boston. They look to improve to 2-0 on the year and send Curry to their 26th consecutive loss. Thorpe Johnson downhill, over Hill, can't get the finish, and then it's Caro who strip balls on the floor, picked up by Nunez, and the Beacons have numbers the other way, 3-on-2. Charles Mitchell all the way over Purry, draws the foul, led to the line for 2, as the much taller Mackenzie Purry hit the floor, but he'll be called for the block, his third foul after picking up 2 in the opening 2 or 3 minutes.
And Kevin Nunez there really hoping that there wasn't a foul call there because he was trying to get that putback dunk in. But again, Charles Mitchell just using his speed and being aggressive, getting that call drawn on him. He was lucky that wasn't even an offensive call there, calling for a charge. But again, he had Javaris Hill on one side and he had Alex Sanchez on the other side, wide open for the shots, being aggressive, gotta love it, and now he's making his free throws.
Mitchell now 2 for 5 from the free throw line as the Beacons will make a substitution. Michael Boyd back into the game for Charlie Mitchell. Purry out with his third foul. Charles hits both on this occasion. Dason Sinelli will replace Charles Mitchell. The Beacons go a little bit bigger. Still haven't seen Malik Lorquette, Julius Goins, or Mark Monroe here in the second half. The Beacons showed for the first time this year their big lineup that included Monroe and some of the other newcomers. As Fang loses it out of bounds, I think that's 3, if not 4 consecutive possessions. Curry's turned the ball over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's 3, but again, that's a great job there by the guards to realize, you know, that they're playing their game. You know, they're getting the Colonels to play the game that the Beacons want to play. They're not allowing them to get these easy looks. They're not even getting in a full court press, but they're just pressing their guards so easily.
Nunez tries to put down the hard right-hand slam, and an offensive rebound that comes at the edge of the Beacon Lighthouse as they may have inadvertently reset the shot clock, although that ball probably hit the back of the rim. So either way, the Beacons retain possession. Boyd for 3, and he's off the mark after Nunez nearly put down the dunk of the season, though we're very early on.
Yeah, man, if you're in the Clark Athletic Center right now, for those of you watching at home, this place would have erupted had Nunez hit that dunk, and man, you know, it's coming for him. You know, he loves being aggressive. He's always looking at the hoop, and you got to love it from Mount Ida transfer. Great pick up there by Coach Harris for him.
Well, Nunez was one of those guys without a home. There's players from both of these teams who formerly played with the Mustangs, and also a player from Wheelock on Curry. Schools that closed, those players needed a new home, and both of these teams happy to have their transfers who have played big roles this season. 20 on the shot clock, 12:30 to play in the game. The Beacons lead is 16. Boyd all the way to the hoop, and one opportunity. The Beacons have a chance to their largest lead of the game. They led by 17 in the first half. It's 18 with a chance to make it 19 as the man from Malden, Mass., the LEC Rookie of the Year a season ago, heads to the line to add to his total.
And you see Thorpe Johnson there checking out the court, but he was in such awe that was called on him. And it's a great play there, though, by Michael Boyd, just realizing that he has a one-on-one and he's got the wide open lane. If the Colonels are going to give it to him, he can finish with his right hand and his left hand.
Just the first on Thorpe Johnson. 4th on the Colonels. And Thorpe Johnson, who did not sit at all in the first half, heads to the bench for the first time today. Stein down low for Carroll, easily stolen away by Hale. Ahead for Sinelli. He wants to dunk, instead of lay it in with the right hand. And for the first time today, the Beacons lead by 20. It's a 21-point advantage. UMass Boston has gone on a run after Curry had cut the deficit to 10.
And this is what I'm talking about when I say that they need to play Beacons basketball. It's heads-up play like that. Javaris Hill, capitalizing on a mistake by the Colonels, scoring in transition.
Feng thought about the three, drives, kicks it out for Stein, who can hit from there. He's too strong. Rebound, Hill one-handed over the smaller Feng. Hill ahead for Sanchez. He has numbers. He'll take the pull-up three from the wing, no good, and Nunez with the rebound. Nunez looking to drive hard over Carroll, a little bit short, and Kieran Carroll well into double digits, rebounds it but loses it. Now Sinelli can't grab it, but you can see speed is contagious, energy is contagious, and right now all of the energy is on the Beacon side.
Absolutely, Seth, and you said it perfectly there, and it starts with your guards, and even your bigs start getting into it, and that's what they love to see. You love to see them running up and down the court and doing what they're doing. They're really tiring out this Colonels team, and you haven't seen Coach Busaka go that far deep into his bench. He's staying with his 7 or 8 guys that he's playing, and they're tiring them out. That's essentially what they're doing, and the Beacons haven't gone deep into their bench either, but they're just playing smarter basketball than the Colonels are.
Two big stats right now that tell the story of this game. The Beacons bench outscoring Curry's 32-6. Fast break points 14-0. We'll take a short break and be back. The Beacons lead by 21 with 11:33 to play.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
Curry ball out of the timeout as the Beacons unable to keep the ball inbounds after stealing it away from the Colonels. It's Feng out there with Hemingway, Carroll, Thorpe Johnson, who sat for maybe 20 to 30 seconds. And we've got a newcomer out of the floor. Not quite sure who's playing the 4 right now for Curry, but it's the first time that we've seen number 11, Dwayne Booth, since the first half. Booth came off the bench, picked up 2 fouls, and had been sitting on the bench for a while as Beacons get the steal and then can't quite handle it. Boyd was trying to toe the sideline and ended up out of bounds.
Yeah, it was a smart play, though, there on both teams. They really tried to get the ball off of each other and try to keep the ball in there. But just unfortunate there by Boyd. Can't ask for much more from him in that standpoint. Just got to play some basketball. I see the referees discussing. I don't know exactly what they're talking about here.
Well, again, it's that clock is on and off.
And I think they're talking shot clock.
Shot clock is down to 9. They say the Beacons never had possession. So that was the conversation. Did the Beacons do enough to establish possession? They say no. So it's just 9 on the shot clock for Curry. They find Carroll with 7. Down to 5, and we've got another walk on Kieran Carroll. Kieran in the first half was whistled for 2 turnovers. He's had at least 3 more here in the second half, and it's all too many steps.
Yeah, well, I mean, that one was pretty obvious from where we're standing up here. It's not even that he took too many steps. He pretty much did a little jump and trying to get that edge there on Dason Sinelli.
Alex Sanchez heads to the bench. I believe it was Charlie Mitchell, the player who came on. He's out there with Charles Mitchell, Mike Boyd, Kevin Nunez, and Dason Sinelli. As Nunez, a perfect feed from Boyd, and he finishes with the left hand as Nunez has come alive offensively here in the second half.
And the Beacons are going really small. They're using their speed here. You got the Mitchell twins. You got Michael Boyd out there, Dason Sinelli pretty much playing the 5, and Kevin Nunez as the 4. They got so much speed on this court right now.
Mitchell slaps it away, but couldn't track it down before it went out of bounds. The lead is a game-high 23 with 10:29 to play. UMass Boston trying to put Curry away right here and now as they look to advance to the championship game tomorrow at 3 p.m. Booth back into the game for Hemingway. Turns and he's traveled.
Man, oh man. These traveling violations, time after time again. If you're Coach Busaka, you gotta, it's not that hard. It's really not that hard. These are rookie fouls. These are novice fouls. You should not be turning the ball over like this constantly. That's like 6 or 7 possessions that they've given right back to the Beacons.
Boyd across for Charles Mitchell. Mark Monroe back in there. He had some foul trouble in the first half, but the big junior transfer out of Massasoit Community College gets a little bit of run right now. Boyd pulls up a little bit too strong off the top of the backboard, and that's why it's going to go favor of the Colonels. Oh, no, they're going to give a foul. Another loose ball foul on the rebound there on Monroe, which I think is a little bit harsh.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that call whatsoever, and that, unfortunately, that's Monroe's third. I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, we only have 10 minutes left in this game, but again, picking up these little fouls, and that really wasn't his fault on that one.
Booth is replaced by Fang for Curry. Beacons will keep Monroe out there with the 3 fouls. It's a little bit of an adjustment. Massasoit Community College, a junior college, a little bit of a different style of refereeing at every level, from JUCO to NAIA to Division III, even D2, D1. See different levels of what referees are going to call. I mean, the NBA is known for maybe not calling traveling as much. Some of the players might have gotten away with it in this game as the Beacons are whistled for another foul. So that is Charlie Mitchell picking up his first. 5 on the Beacons, 4 on Curry with 9:27 to play in the game. Carroll, a spin move, and off the mark as Monroe pulls down the rebound with inside position this time. Charles Mitchell from Charlie off the mark. Nunez, the rebound, looks to go right back up with it, and he finishes over Carroll with the lay-in.
Hey, let me tell you, Nunez was really looking for that dunk there. You saw him go up with 2 hands, but Kieran Carroll denied him completely. He just really put up a body there. He wasn't really trying to block that ball. He was just trying to get his presence in there, not let Nunez really show off over there.
Well, I remember watching New Mission when Nunez was in school, and I don't remember this high-flying dunker, so give a lot of credit to Kevin Nunez. He's worked a lot on his ability to get up there, and he's done a great job today. He's not all that tall as Nunez behind the back for Charles Mitchell, who throws it up. He can't finish. Nunez another offensive board, and we're going to get a loose ball that will go back to the Beacons as Stein reached in there, but his foot was out of bounds, so it'll stay with UMass Boston with 29 on the shot clock.
And I originally thought that they were going to go traveling violation there on Charles Mitchell. I thought he took 1 too many steps there, but to no avail, stays Beacons ball.
Nunez earns a well-deserved rest as the Beacons get it into Lorquette, just into the game and 1. Perry the reaching, and the lead has stretched to 27 with 8:34 to go, and the freshman from Sharon has a chance to complete the 3-point play.
And you see a lot of Lorquette early on in the first half, and you saw him especially early on in the first 5 minutes, and then he sat for most of the end of that first half. Seeing him a little bit here in the second half, but on his first game as a Beacon on Wednesday against Bridgewater State, 17 rebounds, but only 4 points. You saw, a lot of his big presence, but he's not scoring as many points as they want. And obviously you're getting the point production from Kevin Nunez, from Javaris Hill, from Michael Boyd, other players on the team. But you would love to see Malik Lorquette, who has potential for a double-double, go off on any day like this.
Well, he's up to 6 points and 4 rebounds as Boyd will be called there for a bit of a hand check on Thorpe Johnson. 6 foul on the Beacons, and we're going to see a player making his Beacons debut. It's going to be the sophomore transfer, Kareem Octavian. Saw a lot of time last year at New England College, team that won the North Atlantic Conference and made it to the NCAA tournament. Octavian, a local kid out of Cambridge, Mass., attended Cambridge Ringe in Latin, where he was a football player and basketball player. Made 28 starts a year ago, but makes his Beacons debut today after averaging 7 points and 3 rebounds season ago with the Pilgrims. Booth picks up his dribble, out for Stein, a contested 3, in and out. Booth fighting for the rebound over Lorquette, grabs it, goes back up with it, and he gets the bunny to fall.
And that's great work ethic there by Booth, realizing that he's got a tall player on him in Malik Lorquette, and he's just working hard. And Coach Busaka right now, that's all he's asking for his team. You're down by so many with 7 7 minutes left in this game. You're asking for work ethic right now.
Mitchell, a free throw line jumper off the mark. Monroe fighting for it. Carroll tried to save it, but he was out of bounds. The Beacons will keep possession. The lead is 25, 7:38 to go as we get our second to last media timeout. Folks, stick with us. We could be seeing a couple more Beacons make their season or collegiate debuts, and certainly a chance whenever you have 4 or 5 of these different Beacons out there to see some highlight reel dunks. I was at practice the other day and 8 different guys put down dunks in a span of 2 to 3 minutes.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, then I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Beacons out on the floor well before Curry. That's kind of been a consistent thing today. I think this Curry team, and anytime you hear a losing streak that stretches past 5 or 6 games, it's tough. When it's gone a full calendar year as the Beacons look for Lorquette, and he's held there by Booth. That actually might be 5 on Booth. I have him as 4 in my scorebook. That's actually 3. I was thinking of Purry, who has 4. Anytime you have a losing streak that stretches to double digits, it's hard to stay positive, but this team's still clapping. I like the kind of culture they're building here, and I think this team is going to earn a win sooner rather than later. As Monroe a good take, and Carroll is whistled for the personal.
Well, it's not for lack of talent, because you got guys like Thorpe Johnson, even Fang and Stein, and Kieran Carroll. You got guys that, they know how to score. They have the potential to do it. They just need to start working on the chemistry. And, we talked about it at the beginning of the game. They're scoring points. Maybe not as much as they want here today with, only 38. But with Coach Busaka, he's building a program. It's only his 3rd season at Curry College. First season. Oh, my bad. I'm thinking of Coach Harris here in his 4th. But it's his 1st season here. He's trying to build a program. You see him with such great energy, and that's what you look for in a coach. You want to play as a player, as a teammate. You want to play, for each other, and especially for your coach. And I think that, if you ask the guys on the Curry team, that they love the energy that he brings to the table.
Monroe airballs the first, hits the second, a 58% free throw shooter a year ago at Massasoit on about 100 attempts. The other thing for Curry is 10 of their 17 faces weren't on the team last year, as Octavian provides some pressure in the backcourt and is called for yet another one of those fouls away from the basket. His first, and 7 on the Beacons, so Stein will go to the line for the 1-and-1. Both teams have committed 7 fouls here in the half, but it's not going to be an immediate fix when you have 10 players who are new to the team. You don't figure out that chemistry, you don't learn all the plays, especially under a new coach, right away. That's going to take a little bit of time, and I think the defensive performance today is something to take heart in. They gave up close to 100 points per game in their first 2 games, and they've held the Beacons to 64 through over 32 minutes.
Yeah, and when you have so many new faces, and the Beacons go through the same thing. You got a bunch of new faces, and it takes a little bit of time for you to learn all the plays and all these things. But again, we're only in the 2nd game of the season. It's the 2nd game for the Beacons.
3rd for Curry.
3rd for Curry. And it's early on, and they haven't played. I believe that they haven't played a single. Yeah, they haven't played any conference games so far, and those are really the ones that matter. It doesn't really matter if you lose all your non-conference games as long as you're winning the conference games. So if you're Curry College, get all your kinks out now. Offensive call there on Mark Monroe as he picks up his 4th. But again, start little. You got to take baby steps with teams like this. You're not winning your non-conference games, but as long as you're playing good basketball, come conference time, that's when it really matters.
Julius Goins checks back on for the Beacons, replacing Malik Lorquette. He'll probably get some more run times. The very talented freshman played well in the first half. Aggressive take there from Booth. Gets his own rebound thanks to Thorpe Johnson, and we've got another travel. 6:52 to go. The Beacons lead by 24. The lead has been as many as 27. UMass Boston going with a group that we haven't seen this season. Sanchez, Charlie Mitchell, Octavian, Monroe, and Goins. Not necessarily a go-to scorer out there, although Sanchez had 11 in the opener. Octavian finds Sanchez, who drives baseline, picks it up wide open. Charlie Mitchell, and he's off the mark, but the smallest player on the floor, Alex Sanchez, grabs the rebound. Beacons will reset and take their time here with the new 30. Sanchez, hop, skip, all the way to the tin, can't quite finish, and the rebound falls to Stein.
And man, he did everything that he could there. He pretty much put it up on a platter there, but just couldn't get the finish, couldn't get the 2 points for him.
Booth, a nice spin move underneath the taller Monroe, but he can't quite get the roll, and the Beacons will go the other way with it with 6 minutes to go. Javaris Hill, who I don't think we've seen in maybe the entire second half, waiting to check on. He was the Beacons' leading scorer in the first half. Octavian with 10 on the shot clock for the Beacons. Yet to take a shot as a Beacon. Will drive with the left hand, throw it up off glass, no good. Rebound for Goins, takes the 4-foot jumper. He can't quite finish. Almost seems like there's a seal on the hoop right now on the Beacons' end.
Yeah, well, when you're such a tall player like that, I feel like Julius Goins he could have finger rolled, that ball at that point because he was so close to the basket, and he's such a tall player.
Thorpe Johnson had 6 early in the second half, give him 9 for the game. Leading scorer for Curry, still 14 points below his season average. Curry timeout, and we'll take it with the two teams. 5:17 to go. The Beacons leading by 22.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well, but it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
You can see some of the players in our second game today starting to warm up behind the two teams. That game will pit the College of St. Joseph's Vermont as the home team against Fisher College. We won't have play-by-play of that one, but we will have video and live stats. So the winner of that game will play the winner of this one, which is likely going to be the host Beacons, unless Curry has a big run in them. Cut it to 10 earlier on in this half after trailing by as many as 17 and half one, but the Beacons have stretched it out to 27 and now lead by 22 as Stein looks to drive, gets around Octavian, and he goes up and over Javaris Hill. We're seeing some good things from Kareem Octavian, but maybe a little bit over-aggressive there in riding the smaller Alex Stein.
Yeah, you see him, he's lucky that he didn't get that call there for a foul, because that was definitely a reach and foul, especially from the back. That's, simple for a referee to catch on that. But you get the aggressiveness there from Kareem Octavian, but, a couple of these freshman little mistakes, and he's not getting called for it yet. He's only got one foul. He's been to the game for about 6 minutes, so Coach Harris has to be happy with him here and there, but still got a little bit of coaching.
That'll be the fourth on Dwayne Booth. So the two foremen for head coach Joe Busacca of Curry, Dwayne Booth and Mackenzie Purry, both have 4 fouls. Obviously with 4:27 down by 20, it's not as big of an issue, but a little bit frustrating for Curry, who's had constant foul trouble at that position. Hill misses the first. Talented freshman from Lynn is in double digits for the second consecutive game. So we'll see Charlie Mitchell be replaced by Michael Boyd. Hill right now with 14 points and 6 rebounds. After a really good rebounding game the other night, the Beacons are actually being out-rebounded by Curry. 35-31, but they've forced 26 Colonel turnovers. I say forced, but quite a few of them have been unforced as that long three from Thorpe Johnson's off the mark. Carroll, an offensive rebound, and the finish, but Gigi, you thought that should have been yet another turnover.
I really thought that should have been a travel there. He took like 2 hops on that. He took 2 steps and then hopped, and You know, in any rule book, you see that as a foul there. You know, referees called it on him about 3 or 4 times already in the second half. I don't know how they didn't see on that one.
The lead is 18. We've got our last media timeout coming up at the next whistle. Goins thought about going downhill. The spin move on Purry, either Booth, and one, and that'll be it for Dwayne Booth, his 5th foul, as the freshman Julius Goins is going to send us into the media timeout with a beauty. And let's take a look at that coming out of the timeout as Julius Goins. What a play. Although, was that last stoppage the media timeout? Did we really go that short in between? Or the referees just, okay, now the referees have everyone else on the same page. 3:41 to go. We'll bring you that highlight after the commercial break as the Beacons lead is back to 20.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Let's take a look at that play from Julius Goins. A beautiful take on Dwayne Booth, the junior, but the freshman took him to school. Goins, the behind-the-back dribble, the turn, the contact, stays up and then gets a little bit of a hometown roll there. And Julius Goins, one of quite a few talented freshman bigs on this Beacons team, freshman out of Worcester, Mass., has a chance to finish the three-point play. Gigi, we haven't seen as much out of Goins as Jabaris Hill or Malik Lorquette, but he's another guy who maybe plays a little bit more of the 3 than the 4 or the 5 like the other two, who has a really bright upside for this Beacons team.
Well, when you're standing at 6'5", you know, normally when you see height like that, you're thinking you're either a 4 or 5, you know, but as you said, Julius Goins, he's a shooter, you know, and you see that he likes to take the ball, he likes to get to the hoop, but he's one of those players that he's not going to be that center guy, and he's going to want to get rebounds and he's going to want to be offensive, but he has that guard mentality in him as well.
Speaking of another one of those taller Beacons freshmen who again have that guard mentality, RJ Young, potentially the best pure shooter on the Beacons, is about to make his collegiate debut as Carroll gets the rebound and is swatted from behind. It's actually not Carroll. That's the transfer out of Mount Ida. That's Dan Quinn making his debut with Curry. Did not play, actually played 1 minute against Regis, so this is his second appearance with Curry, but he was swatted there. The big man out of Holbrook, New York, who stands 6'7", 280. Stein somehow finds Quinn, and an even bigger block from Jabaris Hill.
And at that point, I don't understand how RJ Hadfield, number 20 on Curry, didn't take that shot immediately when he got that ball inbounded to him. He was wide open at the three-point line. Instead, he tries to drive to the hoop where he gets met by three Beacons. There's no need for you to drive to the hoop. Take your shots. You know, you're just causing your team, you're bringing them into way more traffic than they need to be.
You stop that, right?
Curry took a timeout, but will stay on the floor. 3:13 to go. You see the Beacons talking. Gigi, a chance to see RJ Young right now. Let's talk a little bit about the youngster who just came in. RJ, a freshman out of Boston, Mass. First team All-City player, Boston City League All-Star. RJ attended New Mission High School, the 4th former Titan, and the first time we've had a chance to see RJ. He's a little bit younger than the Mitchell twins and Kevin Nunez. What I've seen in practice, and it hasn't been that much, is they find Quinn down low, but the shot clock violation. RJ Young has a chance to be really good. He's a little bit like Octavian in that he has a little bit of adjustment to play in the Beacon system, but this is a 6'3" player who is a dynamic shooter.
Yeah, and we're going to hope to see that here in the next, the last 3 minutes here of this game. Would love to see, you know, quick, cheeky things here from RJ Young.
Got an hand check foul there on Thorpe, trying to get around a screen. The other Beacon who's making his debut is redshirt freshman Z. Liu, a guy who missed all last season due to an injury. He'll go to the free throw line here. Z, 6'3", 175, attended Pope John the 23rd High School in Everett, played basketball, track, and field, and was a Central Catholic League All-Star. Had a foot injury that cost him his entire freshman season. Now as a redshirt freshman, well, he's been on the court for about 20 seconds and hits his first free throw, so nice little start for Z Lou, another one of those newcomers who stands at 6'3". Beacons have 5 new faces who are at 6'3" or taller.
And, you know, we said it time in and time out, Seth, that Coach Harris is really trying to build himself a program here. And he's got young players and young guys that, you know, you got Alex Sanchez, the smallest guy on the court, but he's at 5'6". And you got your tallest guy at 6'7", I believe. You're ranging with speed, length, height, you know, aggressiveness. You got guys that can do it all. And if you're Coach Harris right now, you got so much potential in this team. It's going to be really fun to watch Beacon basketball in the next couple of seasons.
Stein draws the foul on Lou, so he's got 2 points and now has a foul to his name. Sanchez will be replaced by another one of those newcomers. It's Yancey St. Germain, sophomore out of Cambridge, Mass., who didn't play last season. Attended Paulding County High School in Georgia, where he scored the most points in a single game in program history. Averaged just under 20 points per game as a freshman, or rather as a senior, along with 5.4 rebounds per game, all the way back in 2014, 2015, so a little bit older than most sophomores. We'll see Goins head back to the free throw line. Right now, you've got 5 guys on the floor for UMass Boston who are all in their first year with the Beacons. Jason Harris has emptied the bench. Goins a little bit too strong. Beacons continue to struggle from the free throw line. That's certainly going to be a point of emphasis in the coming weeks. Goins' second is no good as well. We've got a violation, and the Beacons will get another chance.
And Z Lou there, lucky, because I think he would have got called on that one for a reach in behind the back there, because he really went up on Quinn.
So Goins has missed 3 in a row, only counted 2, and he misses this, but Z Lou the tip, and he's fouled, and he'll get a chance at 2 more. These 2 teams keep amassing fouls at an incredible rate. So Lou picks up the 4th foul there on Kieran Carroll. Could be the second person to foul out for Curry. Lou a little bit too strong on the first. Muhammad Gabor will replace Julius Goins. Gabor, a junior out of Arlington, Mass. Played 13 games as a freshman, 7 more as a sophomore. It's a little bit of an outside shooter for the Beacons as Lou misses both. The lead is 20 with 2:30 to go. Thorpe Johnson for 3, well short. Rebound tipped up by Quinn, but St. Germain picks up the loose ball. Octavian will man the point for this bench unit. By far the most experienced player of the 5. Young, the 3 from the corner, no good. Lou runs in and nearly gets the offensive board, but Carroll collects yet another. He's close to 15 at this point. Stein around the screen from Carroll. Front rim no good. R.J. Young the rebound. Out ahead for Lou. Can he grab it and score? Yes, he can. Z Lou with a nice bucket on the pass from R.J. Young.
And I love the vision there from Young. Quick rebound. Z Lou right in the outlet. Starts running down the court. That's a great view there from him. Just easy buckets.
Unselfish play from the freshman Young. Thorpe Johnson even further off this time. He has not had one of his better games. Matt Montenario awaits the check-in. Another one of those players who would be making their collegiate debut. Octavian loses it for Gabor, who passes up the shot. Beacons with 17 as Lou goes hard to the hoop. He's well off the mark, and he'll draw another foul. 3rd time in about 2 minutes that Z Lou is headed to the line for 2 free throws.
If you're Z Lou, you're happy. I mean, you're going to keep going to the hoop. You go to the basket every single time. You know, if all they're going to do is keep fouling you and not allowing you to get those easy points, you know what? So what? Try it from the free throw line.
Lou's first is no good. Curry's going to really empty the bench right now. 5 new players will check on. Try to get you those names. It'll be Colin Boucher along with R.J. Hadfield, Justin Kelly, Seth Foley, who we saw a little bit in the first half, and the 5th player looks like Deshaun Williams. For the Beacons, Matt Montenario checks on. A freshman out of Lynn, Mass. Attended Lynn English High School. Basketball, football, and outdoor track player. He'll man the point as he came on to replace Octavian with 1:20 to go. 3 from Foley, no good, and Matt Montenario, as he's listed on the roster, knocks down or grabs the defensive board. Montenario over for St. Germain, kicks it over for Young. Elbow shot from the free throw line is good, and the lead is 22, the first collegiate points for RJ Young.
And he's so smooth with the ball, and you see that he's really getting into his shot. As you said, Seth, he's a great shooter. Look to see him, on days where you got guys like Charles Mitchell, who hasn't had his best days, shooting from beyond the arc or even field goal range. You can bring in guys like RJ Young, who loves to shoot the ball, and use games like this to get his confidence up. That's going to be huge for the Beacons and for Coach Harris going forward, and especially coming into conference play.
Foley knocks down the first, and we'll see one last change. As coming on, looks like that's number 5, John Joel, the freshman guard out of Cranston, Rhode Island, who saw 2 minutes the other night against Regis. This is his second collegiate appearance. Got a foul, and the Beacons will march down and get 2 more free throws. It'll be RJ Young, who just hit a jump shot from the elbow. Now we'll move over a couple feet to the right and see if he can hit 2 free throws. 23-point lead, and it'll stay there. The Beacons free throw shooting, giving Jason Harris a talking point. Certainly, as they easily could have stretched this lead a lot further.
Well, when you're at the free throw line, it's their free points. It's free money. You got to hit those. And you work at them in practice, because when it gets to close games, and especially it's going to happen in conference play a lot, free throws are going to be game changers. It's going to be what, differentiates you from being possibly the 1st seed or the 4th seed.
Another foul. This one, I believe, will go on Gabor, maybe Young. So referees are certainly working every second of this game. So that'll be the second foul on Mohamed Gabor, and it'll be 2 more free throws for Seth Foley, the freshman out of Bristol, Connecticut, home of ESPN. Had 11 the other night against Regis after scoring just 3 points in his collegiate debut against Newberry. Knocks them both down, and we'll get another substitution. This is a weird one. Hemingway, who started the game for Curry, comes on to replace Deshaun Williams. I don't know why you're bringing a starter out for the final 40 seconds, but Joe Busaka, maybe a teaching moment. Maybe just wants to have a true point guard out there to facilitate the offense as Young passes up the deep 3. Beacons do need to shoot or take the shot clock violation as Young drains a deep 3. And the Beacons reach the 3/4 century mark with 75 points.
And I think that, like I said, this game is good for RJ Young. Get the nerves out, playing in your first collegiate game, draining a couple baskets here and there. This is going to be good for him. He's getting the experience in.
Joel for Hemingway. St. Germain badgering him and taps it away. Mohamed Gabor Smart just holds on, and that will do it. Gigi, your initial impressions from this 75-51 win for UMass Boston?
I really don't think that UMass Boston played their best game today. I think that they got the job done, but I don't think it was the prettiest basketball and the best basketball that Coach Harris wanted to see. Obviously, with that being said, it's only the second game of the season for the Beacons. They got a lot more to look forward to. Got to improve, though, on the free throw line. But all said and done, you get the job done. So we'll take a quick commercial break. When we get back, we'll have Seth Orensky with Coach Harris right after this.
UMass is very public service focused, and it piqued my interest, and I started doing more research on it. I'm very focused on what can I do to make the world around me a better place. My name is Lydia Grasso. I'm a junior at UMass Boston studying sociology and minoring in human rights. Because I won the Chancellor's Scholarship at UMass, it allowed me to go to Cambodia. I was working at the Sihanouk Hospital Center of Hope. I was in the place of something horrible that had happened. I could either go home and kind of forget about that experience and kind of block it out, or I could do something so that things like that never happened again. UMass provides me with opportunities that I wouldn't get anywhere else and gives me a global perspective in a public setting. I definitely transformed at UMass.
Psychology is about understanding the individual and understanding the mind. The main reason why I want to combine psychology and business degrees is because I want to understand the business decisions that are made. I'm Nurçin Çelebi. I'm from Turkey originally. I'm a senior at the 5-year BA to MBA program at UMass Boston. I think in management, the biggest mistake you can make is to not listen. So I want to be able to step into a company and say, here's what you're doing now, and here's how you can improve it. I moved here when I was 16 for high school. Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well, and when you don't really fit in.
Head coach Jason Harris. Coach, you're 2-0, but we haven't seen your best basketball yet, at least in my opinion. I'm sure you have your own thoughts. How big is it for you guys to go through these bumps and bruises? Some of your starters haven't played their best basketball. Some of your subs have gone through some growing pains. To be at this point and know that the ceiling is still so much higher for this young group.
Man, like you said, it wasn't pretty. We still haven't played our best basketball. We've had pieces of good basketball. Like you said, we're young, and effort was something tonight that came and went, and we can't have that because most importantly, that's what is going to drive this team. So I thought Kevin Nunez came in and gave us great minutes off of the bench in the second half, and Alex as well.
How big was that defensive push? They got it to 10, and then they turned the ball over 4 or 5 times in a row, and you were able to stretch it back out to 20, and they never got any closer.
I think that was, the effort we kind of been looking for the whole game in that little stretch, and we were able to get it. Fortunately, like you said, they had some unforced turnovers and kind of jump-started our run, but, it's got to be our defense every night, our defense and our rebounding.
Finally, Coach, you renamed the tournament this year the Paula Titus Memorial Tournament. Obviously, she meant a lot to this program before you were here, but you've heard so many stories about her. What went into the thought process about changing it, and how happy are you to have a chance to celebrate Paula this weekend?
I think it was kind of legacy. Everybody that learned I took over for Charlie, the first thing they said after they talked about Charlie was something positive about Paula, and I kind of took that on, that she was kind of everybody's mother and she was the program mom, and it's important to me that the legacy stays here. It's important that we had a good showing, and I'm happy that we were able to win, and it's just important. It's important to all of us, and I've had several alumni and former players come up and tell me how much it means to them. Special thanks to Jack Lambert and his family, but it's just been a special night. It's been a special evening for us. And on another topic, I want to say congratulations to Dave Wahlberg and his wife on the birth of Madeline. You like that? I'm doing your job for you.
Thanks so much, Coach. We'll see you again tomorrow at 3 p.m. Head back up top, look at the highlights from that second half, and then we'll close it out here on the Beacons Broadcast Network. Was 0 for 2 prior as Nunez, the response, giving him way to, and the Beacons lead is 16. Boyd all the way to the hoop, and one opportunity. The Beacons have a chance to their large. Nunez earns a well-deserved rest as the Beacons get it into Lorquette, just into the game and one. Perry the reaching and the out coming up at the next whistle. Goins thought about going downhill. The spin move on Perry, either Booth, and one, and that'll be it for Dwayne Booth, his 5th. Stein somehow finds Quinn, and an even bigger block from Javaris Hill. And at that rim, no good. RJ Young the rebound, out ahead for Lou. Can he grab it and score? Yes, he can. Z. Lou with there to facilitate the offense as Young passes up the deep 3. Beacons do need to shoot or take the shot clock violation as Young drains a deep 3.
And even non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well and when you don't really fit in the crowd, it's very easy to disappear. But I decided not to give up, and UMass helped me.
The University of Massachusetts Boston.
And welcome back to the Beacons Broadcast Network. The players from the second game are already warming up. Let's take a look at the final statistics. UMass Boston ends the game with significant advantages in field goal percentage, three-point field goal percentage, that free throw percentage. Whew. I'm sure Jason Harris is going to have some words for his team. 11 of 32, just there alone. If the Beacons shoot 66%, you're looking at 10 more points. So that's certainly going to be a talking point for a Beacons team that still comfortably won this game by 24. The big thing, though, 8 turnovers for the Beacons, 28 for the Colonels. That kind of took away any chance of Curry pulling off the upset.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're lucky that you got the points from field goal range and from, beyond the arc because, man, let me tell you, shooting 34% from the free throw line, obviously something to work on at practice. Like I said before, free money, got to make those baskets. But again, 28 turnovers for the Colonels. You see, that's the main reason why they're not winning games is because they're not possessing the rock. They're not holding on to it. They're giving it up too much, and that's allowing other teams to score on their mistakes.
Curry is outscored on bench points 48-17, also fast break points 16-0. The Beacons bench outscored the starters 48-27. UMass Boston's bench has averaged 49 points per game in their first two. Take a look at the team leaders. Javarius Hill ends up leading the Beacons with just 12 points. It's actually our halftime leaders. Let's take a look at the final leaders if we have them. There you go, because Hill had 12 at halftime. I knew he scored a little bit more at the end. See it there, Hill with 14, Kevin Nunez with 11. Hill also leads the Beacons with 6 rebounds. On the other side, Kieran Carroll is phenomenal, 21 points, 17 rebounds. Without Carroll, this game would have been a much, much more lopsided contest.
Yeah, that would have been a huge blowout for the Beacons. I mean, Kieran Carroll probably played one of his best games today. He really showed up, and as you said, kept the Colonels in this game. But as a team, guys like Thorpe Johnson have to have better games, especially against a good Beacons team like this. You can't rely specifically on one guy. You need scoring from more than one person in games like this.
Let's take a look at our production crew doing a great job for tonight's first game of the Paula Titus Memorial Tournament. My name is Seth Dorensky, your play-by-play guy and producer. Gigi Braga, your color commentator. Rachel Maslak was actually doing stats. It was Alyssa Fugel and Mary Jo Murphy directing. Alyssa Fugel also doing instant replay. Kelly Danahy, Yodelise Paulino, Nana Anani, and Jared Colty, your camera operators, along with a little bit of help from Allie Crawford. That'll do it from the Clark Athletic Center as the Beacons earn a 24-point win in the first game of the first annual Paula Titus Memorial Tournament.
Roll Beaks.
Psychology is about understanding the individual and understanding the mind. The main reason why I want to combine psychology and business degrees is because I want to understand the business decisions that are made. I'm Nurçin Çelebi. I'm from Turkey originally. I'm a senior at the 5-year BA to MBA program at UMass Boston. I think in management, the biggest mistake you can make is to not listen. So I want to be able to step into a company and say, here's what you're doing now, and here's how you can improve it. I moved here when I was 16 for high school. Moving from Turkey, it was a rough journey for me because when you don't really speak the language that well, and when you don't really fit in the crowd, it's very easy to disappear. But I decided not to give up, and UMass helped.
UMass is very public service focused, and it piqued my interest, and I started doing more research on it. I'm very focused on what can I do to make the world around me a better place. My name is Lydia Grasso. I'm a junior at UMass Boston studying sociology and minoring in human rights. Because I won the Chancellor's Scholarship at UMass, it allowed me to go to Cambodia. I was working at the Sihanouk Hospital Center of Hope. I was in the place of something horrible that had happened. I could either go home and kind of
celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow.
The 5-campus UMass system is the university that educates the workforce of Massachusetts. We recognize that we are
The University of Massachusetts Boston, with its scenic oceanfront campus, easily accessible to downtown Boston, is recognized as a model of excellence for urban public universities. 16 NCAA Division III sports are part of the more than 100 student organizations that create an engaging campus life in America's biggest and best college town. UMass Boston, Boston's urban public research university for the 21st century.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus. I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.